I thought you wanted us in here like 10 minutes. You're not 10 minutes early or late. It's 7 o'clock. Should we begin? None of us knew that clock was at 9.
Jesse, you can hear me?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. In accordance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, be advised that a notice of this meeting was made by posting on the bulletin board in Town Hall and electronically forwarding to the officially designated newspapers that this meeting would take place at Town Hall and remotely at 7 p.m. on Tuesday, February 9th, 2021. Meeting details and the draft agenda were also posted on our township website. Please all stand to salute the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Christine, would you like to take the roll call?
Ms. Miggins?
Here.
Ms. Eglo?
Here.
Mr. Wasserman?
Here.
Mr. Vinayak?
Here.
Mayor Prupus?
Here.
Thank you.
Please be advised that Resolution 21-053, award contract for Slayton Drive Pump Station improvements for CMS Construction, and Resolution 21-058, authorizing designating a $6,522,000 bond anticipation note are being removed from the consent agenda for consideration this evening. The Finance Subcommittee requires additional time for review. May I have a motion to approve the agenda as revised?
Motion.
May I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? May I have a motion to approve the December 1st, 2020 Township Committee minutes?
Motion.
May I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those abstaining?
Me.
Okay. Good evening, Millburn Township. It is with great sadness that I share with you the sudden loss of one of our beloved police officers, Lieutenant Adam Norris, 20-year Milburn Police Department veteran, unexpectedly passed away due to complications from a medical emergency on February 3rd, 2021. Lieutenant Norris was the husband of a supportive and loving wife, a doting father of 3, an avid Jets fan, coach, and friend. He was the commander of the Milburn Police Emergency Services Unit and an instrumental part of the crash investigation team and a firearms instructor. Let us take a moment of silence to honor Lieutenant Norris. Please keep the Norris family and Milburn Police Department in your thoughts and prayers. At the last Township Committee meeting, I announced 2 vacancies that we had on our boards, and I'm happy to say we have filled those vacancies by appointing Wendy Minnock to the Milburn Environmental Commission in alternate number 1 position, and Ellen Ceruto to the Cora Hartshorn Arboretum Board in the Mayor's Trustee position for 1 year. This seems like the right time to express my deep appreciation for our many volunteers who serve this township and give their time and talents freely to help maintain the excellence in our community. I'd like to remind everyone that tonight is a business meeting, and we are all very fortunate to be neighbors in this privileged community. Our Township Committee meetings begin with the business of the town and end with public comment. It is with consensus from this Township Committee that we will have 2 opportunities for public comment. The public will be invited to speak to consent agenda items after the Township Committee has the opportunity to comment before we vote on resolutions. I trust you will all remember that there is no place at this meeting for denigrating or discrediting fellow residents, volunteers, or Township Committee members. There is no place at this meeting for heckling or applause. Again, this is a business meeting, and everyone should comport themselves appropriately, whether they attend in person or remotely. We are neighbors. We shop at the same supermarkets. Our children go to the same schools, and we may run into each other at the post office. Yelling out from the crowd or showing disrespect for your neighbors or Township Committee members will not be tolerated. If a member of the public disrupts the meeting, I will advise you with a warning that you are disrupting the meeting. If you continue to disrupt the meeting, I will inform you again that you are disrupting the meeting and preventing the business meeting from proceeding. You will either be muted or asked to leave the building. Public comments will be strictly limited to 3 minutes. Everyone will get the same 3 minutes. At 2.5 minutes, you will hear the buzzer and will have 30 seconds to wrap up your comments. When the second buzzer goes off at the full 3 minutes, your allotted time is over. It is with consensus from this Township Committee that we will strictly adhere to the 3-minute time limit for public comments. Each individual will be given the opportunity to make 1 public comment pertaining to the consent agenda items and 1 general public comment at the end of the meeting. No person is permitted to yield his or her time to another speaker. Public comment period is a time for you to state your comments. It is not a dialogue between the public and the committee. Our contact information is available on the Township website, where you are welcome to contact us directly. I am happy to meet with the public during my regular scheduled office hours on Thursdays from 9 to 11 a.m. Meetings shall be set up by appointment. To schedule an appointment, please contact me at tprupis@milburntwp.org. Please include how you would prefer meeting, via Zoom, by phone, or in person, and I will do my best to accommodate your request. Every Friday, I send out a mayor's message through Swift 911 system. For those who wish to register, it is available under emergency notifications on the home page of our town's website, www.twp.milburn.nj.us. To access Township Committee agendas, approve minutes, and legislative packets, please visit the Township website. Under the Government tab, select Agenda and Minutes. Click on the meeting date to access the draft agenda and draft meeting packet, and click on the minute box to access approved minutes. Finally, I want to make sure you all know about the Township's monthly electronic newsletter, the Mill Wheel. This is a great way to stay informed about the townwide happenings. To receive the Mill Wheel, you must have an account with Swift 911. Visit our website at twp.milburn.nj.us. Locate and click on the Emergency Notifications button from the left-hand menu and create an account on the Swift 911 portal. Once your account is created, you will automatically be signed up to receive the Mill Wheel. Those who register will also have an opportunity to sign up to receive alerts on specific topics, including road closures, severe weather advisories, township events, and more. Currently, the mill wheel goes out to our master list, which currently has 7,698 contacts, 4,686 of which contain email addresses. Some are phone contacts only. Typically, 45 to 50% of the people who receive the newsletter open it every month. Again, I want to thank you for your cooperation and understanding that this is a business meeting, and we are all here in service because we love our town. On January 20th, the Art Advisory Committee had its first meeting of 2021. We elected new officers, discussed judging the Milburn Film Festival, partnering with the Milburn Library for events and shows, reviewing AP art portfolios, and our new intern. The next meeting is tentatively scheduled for the last week in February or the first week in March. On January 22nd, members of CETA and myself toured the Bauer Center and then met up with members of the Art Advisory Committee, Jim Distano from DPW, Martha Callahan, our township engineer, Bob Hogan, director of the Recreation Department, and artist Michael Cooper to review plans for the All Together Now installation that will happen later this year. The next meeting to review the color palette of the figures of the installation will take place tomorrow, February 10th at 8:45 in the morning. On January 29th, members of the Millburn Township Committee toured the Essex County vaccination site at the former Sears building at the Livingston Mall with County Executive Joseph DiVincenzo and Essex County Health Officer Maya Lordo. What we saw was a highly organized and efficient vaccination center. The county was able to translate the successes of its robust COVID-19 testing program into a well-run vaccination site, and they will continue to monitor and modify the program to ensure a smooth process for residents. We are incredibly grateful for the hard work and the efforts of county officials, medical staff, and volunteers on site, including Milburn residents. Please be aware that this vaccination site is not accepting walk-ins at this time. You must have an appointment in order to receive a vaccine. The county is working to ensure that all allotted vaccines are being utilized daily. To schedule a vaccination, remember to check the Essex County website, www.essexcovid.org, periodically throughout the day as appointments may open up. On January 31st at 11 a.m., we had our first Arts Roundtable discussion in Millburn Township. Representatives from the following organizations came together to share their goals for 2021 and found points of intersection and collaboration that will enhance focus on the arts in Millburn Township. CETA Art Advisory Committee, Explore Milburn Short Hills, Milburn Creative Collective, Historical Society, Paper Mill Playhouse. We discussed a number of initiatives and are working on next steps to see these ideas get off the ground. On January 27th, the Mayor's Council met virtually for the first time in 2021. In attendance were members of the council, in addition to representatives from the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection, Congressman Malinowski's office, Assemblywoman Menendez's office, and advocacy groups like South Mountain Civic Association. I want to thank Sarah Sherman, who has worked tirelessly with all of our Milburn mayors over the past 10 years to find a viable solution to our flooding problems. While there was a major setback when the Army Corps rejected a proposal that had taken years to develop, the Mayor's Council and Ms. Sherman have persisted, and we are closer to a solution. The following is a summary of the first meeting from Ms. Sherman. So the Rahway Rivers Mayor Council Coordinator Dan Ashbeck recapped the accomplishments of last year. The Federal Water Resource Development Act was signed into law at the end of December and included the Rahway River Flood Mitigation Plan as a national priority that requires a federal solution. This would not have been possible without the efforts of Senator Booker and Representatives Malinowski and Payne. The Water Resource Development Act directs the Army Corps of Engineers to expedite a feasibility study for a solution to flooding in the Rahway River communities. After many years of examining multiple alternatives, the consensus plan developed by the Mayor's Council includes contour dredging of the Orange Reservoir and the installation of a bypass pipes at the dam. Utilizing the dam would provide upstream storage and result in lower river elevations to benefit communities downstream when there is a major storm. In November 2020, the Millburn Township Committee and other municipalities in the Rahway River Mayor's Council passed a resolution asking the NJDEP to fund studies needed to evaluate the upstream storage plan and present to ACE for further study and approval. Next steps, including having the Essex County executive sign off on the plan and involving the NJDEP and Army Corps of Engineers to begin the engineering process. Significantly, the Mayor's Council wants Governor Murphy on board to acknowledge that the flood mitigation plan for the Rahway River communities needs to be a state priority. On February 5th, a small working group of the Mayor's Council, including myself, met to discuss the next steps of presenting the consensus plan to Essex County officials. Our next meeting is scheduled for Friday, February 12th. On February 4th, the Downtown Visioning Steering Committee had a meeting with Perkins Eastman and Mazer Consulting. As I mentioned at the last Township Committee meeting, we tasked Mazer Consulting to create two-way traffic modeling on Milburn Avenue and Essex Street with designated bike lanes on Essex Street. This has been proven to be possible without changing the intersection ratings or causing major disruption. Mazer Consulting is looking into ways to further enhance pedestrian safety. Perkins presented 3 initial options to us that they will be modifying based on our feedback and the input they get over the next several weeks from the community engagement we have planned. The second online survey is planned to launch on February 16th and run for 2 weeks through March 1st. The second virtual public workshop will take place on February 25th. The Downtown Visioning Steering Committee hosted its first virtual mini session yesterday morning, and we have 7 more planned in the upcoming weeks. A swift 911 email was sent out to the town last Friday announcing the 3 dates this week, linking to a webpage where people could register to attend. The 3 dates for next week will be released tomorrow, and you can find all this information on the homepage of the town's website. The mini sessions are facilitated by 2 members of the Downtown Visioning Steering Committee and are structured around a set of questions that we created with Perkins Eastman team. This will be a time for community members to make comments and ask questions. All this information, including a set of FAQs, are on the town's website. Our next steering committee with Perkins Eastman is scheduled for March 3rd, where we will debrief from the engagement tools and confirm recommendations. We expect the Perkins Eastman team will complete the report by the end of March and present their plan to the Township Committee. On February 8th, Committeewoman Miggins, Mr. McDonald, and myself met to discuss the zoning code examination project. We discussed a general plan by which to move forward. We'll be having our first meeting with the full subcommittee this Thursday, February 11th at 9:30 a.m. Tonight, we'll be voting on the resolution, which includes, as stated at the last meeting, appointing the following members: Township Committee Woman Maggie Miggins, Jessica Glatt from the Zoning Board of Adjustments, Craig Plotner from the Zoning Board of Adjustment, Daniel Baer from the Planning Board, Jorge Mastro Pietro from the Planning Board, Alex McDonald, our Business Administrator, Eileen Davitt, our Zoning Officer, and myself. In addition, we will be adding Allison Canfield to the Zoning Code Examination Subcommittee. Allison is the chair of the Historic Preservation Commission and is here to present to us tonight about the work they do for the township. On January 25th, Bike Walk Milburn had a meeting to discuss their action plan for Bike Week. Bike Week will take place from April 17th to April 24th and will provide activities to promote bike and pedestrian safety in Milburn. Milburn Bike Week is a collaboration between the Millburn Township Pedestrian Safety Advisory Board, the Milburn Environmental Commission, Milburn PTOC Safety Committee, and Bike Walk Milburn. Jennifer Duckworth will be presenting the schedule for Bike Week at our next Township Committee meeting on February 23rd. If you would like to learn more about Bike Walk Milburn, you can email bikewalkmilburn@gmail.com. The next PSAB meeting will be on April 28th at 7 p.m. The next Environmental Commission meeting is tomorrow night, February 10th at 7 p.m. And tonight we went into closed session to discuss tax appeals. Okay.
There's a lot.
Lots going on. I'd like to end my report by acknowledging that February is Black History Month. History isn't always about celebrating the triumphs, and history is not a commodity to be used for a commercial McDonald's minute. We must remember the nameless generations that survived the brutality, injustice, and dehumanization that was American slavery. We must remember Black history is American history, and we need not contain our history to a month of study and celebration. In this moment, our nation, the world, is engaged in a conversation around racism and anti-racism. We are discussing Black present and Black future. We are creating history now. This is not an easy conversation for us to have, and we must have it. The Milburn Short Hills Townwide Reading Project is back up and running, and this month's pick is a very accessible and good one. Emmanuel Acho played for the Cleveland Browns and Philadelphia Eagles and is now a sports commentator. He's now the force behind the book and video project, Uncomfortable Conversations with a Black Man, where he has the conversations we sometimes don't want to have. The book discussion will take place virtually on Sunday, February 28th. To sign up or get more information, contact Jordana Horn Gordon at JORDHORN, so jordhorn@gmail.com. Please order the book from our local bookshop, The Bookhouse. The more voices we have in this discussion, the better it will be. And that concludes my report for this evening.
Okay.
Committeewoman Eglow.
Just a quick follow-up. I spoke with Jeremy, the executive director from our joint 911 dispatch. And probably next month or the following month, whenever we don't have anything else going on, his assistant executive director, Keely, will be making a presentation for the township to understand what the joint 911 dispatch does besides answering 911 calls. A lot of services.
That's fabulous.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Committeewoman Miggins.
Yes, I was at the library board meeting. They swore in a new library trustee, Lisa Singer. They're really pushing for their membership drive. It's unlikely that they will have a book sale this year because of COVID. And so it is one of their largest moneymakers. So we want to keep that in mind and maybe help them with their membership drive. They also have 8 programs that they're running now through the end of May. There is a fireside book club that started in February. And they are partnering with the Arboretum on a kids program. They had 30 signed up, 20 on a wait list, so that's a good thing. So I think we can just try and help them with their membership drive. I think that's important, especially since they won't be having their sale. That's it for me.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Wasserman.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to welcome Ryan Gleason, who is in attendance. Hi, Ryan. He's our
Hey,
new
Ryan. Welcome to the team.
executive director of our SID, and I want to wish him the best of luck in helping our businesses and helping our commercial property owners. And we wish you the best of luck as you get started. I know you started last week, and I also want to offer our condolences to Lieutenant Norris and his family. It's just when the township loses somebody like that, it's just terrible. Somebody. I mean, I didn't know him, but just seeing him in passing, it's very sad. And that's basically all I have to say.
Committeeman Vinyayak.
Sure, Mayor. Thank you. First of all, welcome, Ryan. Welcome to the team. I'm sure you'll do a great job. I'm also a liaison, not liaison, but also on the planning board. Just want to bring it up here. Planning board approved Wells Fargo project, the project that is going to be constructed on the Wells Fargo site. We are working, Committeeman Wasserman and I are the subcommittee member of sub-finance committee members. So we are working on 2021 budget. We have made really good progress, and thank you, Mr. McDonald, for that and his team. We should be, there's more work to be done there. Last committee meeting, I have mentioned about the management reports, which is going to be, budget is not just yearly. We are actually going to be working with spreading that out into monthly budget, and the reports is going to go to the department head where they will see budget versus actual every month end. So they'll be able to better control and manage those functions and services. Mayor Purpose has mentioned a big list, but she is working on more stuff. So her plate is even more full. She is working with me on KPIs. We are actually with Mr. McDonald and his team. We are working on measuring performances across each department. So we are coming up with 2 to 3 KPIs for all the departments in township. So to review that internally Along with that, we are also coming up with maybe 5 to 6 performance indicators or KPI that will share monthly with the township residents. So that is soon to come as well. With all this going on, we're also looking at our options in shared services. What other services are out there? Not all towns are big enough to have their own departments on everything. So there are few towns that comes together and shared services. One of the shared services that we do today is 911 dispatch. We also share our sewers with 10 to 12 other towns that goes from here to Newark. Those are different things that we are working on. And I would like to thank the Troy Drive residents who fixed their drainage system, and which apparently have, and our engineering group says that we are still going to wash that. The Troy Drive icing condition should now be resolved. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Great. Okay, and so our first presentation tonight is going to be on the Community Service Award Committee website.
Hello, I'm going to share my screen. Are you able to view my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Thank you. Hello, Township Committee and Township residents. I'm Ria Tyagi, a local Eagle Scout from Troop 19, located here in Milburn. I want to share a bit about my Eagle Scout project, in which I partnered with the Community Service Award Committee to develop an online nomination and display portal for the Community Service Awards. Our project is called Millburn Township Young Heroes. During this pandemic, youth and adults all around performed acts of service, sewing masks, donating garden plants, hosting free camps and lessons to pass the time, and more. Especially during such a difficult period, the work of volunteers can inspire and give hope to countless community members. However, youth volunteers were not officially recognized by the Township Community Service Awards, and the work of adults who were recognized was not easily accessible. There was a gap here that we felt an online portal could fill. It would provide hope to the public, promote community service, bring the awards to a diverse group of people, and even preserve the Community Service Award Committee's history online. I want to share the mission statement of the Young Heroes Project, which also covers the nomination and posting process. The mission of the Young Heroes Project is to recognize Milburn Short Hills youth and adults for their contributions, to promote community service, good citizenship, and diversity, to positively impact the community, and to give hope and inspiration to others. This will be accomplished through a nomination, verification, and posting process. The Community Service Award Committee will first look through the nominations, interview and email candidates, and then choose winners for the service awards based on who demonstrates the most profound service and dedication to the township, specific cause, and/or the community as a whole. A post summarizing each winner's work will then go up on the website. So we launched the portal on January 11th, and I've already received a few nominations for the awards, which is absolutely incredible. We continue to share news of the new nomination portal as well. Last week, we shared a presentation with the Scout Troop. We're also making updates to the web portal whenever needed. Finally, we want to ask for your help as Milburn Short Hills residents to continue to spread word of the awards and nominate deserving candidates. So I want to talk a little bit about getting involved. There are two ways for you to get involved, either by nominating a hero or spreading the word. Any Milburn Short Hills resident can nominate any youth or adult volunteer or volunteer group who they feel has assisted or improved our community in a tangible way. The nominees must be Milburn Short Hills residents as well. A parent could nominate a child, a scout could nominate a scoutmaster, a friend can nominate a friend. Nominating a hero is simple. Visit www.milburntwpcommunityservice.com. Then, click on the Adult Nomination or Youth Nomination tab. Fill out basic information about the individual or group and click Submit. That's all there is to it. We are very thankful to anyone who takes the time to recognize youth and adult volunteers who are making our community a better place. Also consider spreading word of the award. You could make a social media post sharing the website link. You could repost the Millburn Township announcement. You could tell your family and friends. All of this information can be found on the Community Service Award Committee website, www.milburntwpcommunityservice.com. Be sure to visit. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Ms. Taiga, for your presentation. Okay, so please, everyone, go and nominate some of your friends and neighbors for the Community Service Award. And now, Ms. Canfield is here, the Historic Preservation Commission Chair, to present to the Township Committee. So welcome, Ms. Canfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to this committee for letting me the opportunity to speak in front of you today on behalf of the HPC. I hope you don't mind my little stand here. Let me grab a couple of things real quick. Jackie, I did a PowerPoint presentation for you. Great. Again, thank you for letting me come in front of you today on behalf of the HPC. I'd like to start by just telling you, the next slide, a little bit about myself. I'm chair of the HPC for 2 years, actually. We lost it. I'm glad I'm not in control.
Yeah, I won't let you do that, Jesse.
That's good.
There you go.
There you go.
Perfect.
I have served on the HPC since 2008. I added up, lucky 13 years. And I'm a historic property owner since 2006, so 15 years. Let me explain. My house was built. We're not sure. Historically, we think it was a spec home. It's a historic house, historically designated. It had a prominent person, Thomas Watson Sr., the founder of IBM. For zoning purposes, I have 2 front yards. My backyard is a front yard. It caught fire in 1914. It was added on to. It was later, the property was subdivided in the 60s, and the carriage house was relocated onto a 2-acre lot. So with that said, I think I do understand the challenges of historic preservation and what we deal with every single day. So for me, it was about finding an easier way and a quicker way to get through this. So what I'd like to do is I'm asking this commission to question the stories and the definitions you've heard about the HPC. These views no longer serve our community well. What HPC does is encourage the caring of existing properties while respecting changes over time, adding layers of life or new history that adds architectural richness and visual variety to the townscape. We don't prevent or do not support new construction, but we do encourage design that is respectful of existing resources. I'm challenging you to open your minds to what you don't know about the HPC, Historic Preservation Commission, and to our wealth and knowledge of resources that are in support of our town. Okay, so let's start. Here's a good one. Just go back. Historic Commission versus Historic Society. The reason this is important is because the society is a private organization. That's not us. The Historic Society is a nonprofit organization that depends upon private donations through memberships and cash donations. We are the Historic Preservation Commission. It is an official town body and land use board, which a lot of people don't know that, directed by law to prescribe specific preservation measures and funded by government resources. If we could move on, what is the Historic Preservation Commission? In brief, and I'll try to make this as brief as possible. It was established by ordinance in 1987. It's responsible for protecting the heritage of the township by preserving Milburn's cultural, historical, social, archaeological, I can't even say that word tonight, economic and architectural resources. So looking at this, the commission's purpose is to the township committee, those properties it is found to be culturally significant, it might help if I put my glasses on, and thus worthy of landmark designation. We are here to advise the planning board and township committee on matters which have potential impact on historic buildings, structures, objects, sites, or districts in the township or on physical character. This doesn't say just historic districts. This says town. It emphasizes historic districts, but it also emphasizes all structures, buildings, etc. So the duties, if we turn to the next one, the duties of Historic Preservation Commission is we write surveys, or we're supposed to write surveys of historic sites. That's what I'm asking you for tonight. We're supposed to make recommendations to the planning board on inclusion of the master plan elements. We are supposed to advise planning board and zoning board of adjustments on development applications that involving historic sites, historic districts listed in historic preservation element of the master plan. We provide reports to the construction officer, planning board regarding permit applications, perform such advisory, educational, and other informational functions, as well promote historic preservation. And my glasses are fogging up, so if you don't mind, can I briefly, thank you. So here are a list of our accomplishments with the budgets that we've currently had. The HPC has successfully assisted the township when making historic grants. Recent grants have totaled over $250,000. The HPC completely rewrote its historic preservation ordinance in 2017-2018. I'm going to share with you that it took 34 years ago. So it was in 1987 when that was last done. It took 2 to 3 years to get approved. The HPC is in the process of redesigning and rewriting its own design guideline booklet to better assist the local builders. This was written in 1987, 89 timeframe. Unusable. It didn't, there were no guidelines for new construction, and it had none of the new approved historic materials that could be used. The HPC rewrote the bylaws in 2015 to have a more complete and detailed document, last written in the 80s, and should be updated every 6 to 10 years. The next one, we collaborated with the Milburn Short Hills Historic Society for an outreach program for interested historic property owners to capture the history of their homes through a leather-bound book that they could purchase and support the society in doing so. We scanned over 1,500 pages of the 1979 Gibson Architectural Survey of the town. Today, it's a helpful resource. It's how it was scanned. It was a key reference. It helps us go back into history. It's a huge project. It was to scan it. We received federal funding, but when it was originally written in 1979, I believe it was the town that supported that survey. The HPC started a collaboration with the township forester to review and prepare memos for every application in the historic district to ensure character-defining landscape features of the property are retained or replaced in kind. We had many applicants come before us, and there were many, the public was reaching out for us to support that. So now we do it ahead of time. We see if there's a significant tree that they're asking to remove, see if it's native to the area. And then if it's not, then we allow it to be removed when we don't consider it. But if it is native, we try to convince the property owner to work around that particular tree with the help of our town forester. HBC's created a local designated award program. So what we do is for historical applicants that have shown outstanding historic preservation. So that award goes out every year to those that showed outstanding participation. And we actively participate in the section of the 106 review process with the State of New Jersey Historic Preservation Office. The next slide. The HBC is very proud of our certified local government status. We share this prestigious, and when I look at the numbers, prestigious status with only 45 out of 565 other municipalities in the state of New Jersey. This allows us priority to receive various grants. I will say that this was probably one of the biggest moves. Barton, our consultant, supported us, the Historic Preservation Commission on, and we will be able to apply for grants every year based on this CLG grant. I advise you to please look it up. It's a really opportunity. The next slide is, we were just told, as I'm making this presentation, is that we will be awarded the Historic Preservation Commission Award from the PNJ, which is, again, another one of those that shows outstanding preservation on what districts we already have and how we're pushing forward to engage the community and how we're streamlining the HPC system and improving that piece. So the next piece, I hope you all received the book that was in your packet. It is the Milburn book. I also hope that you are aware of this particular book, Milburn Short Hills. And if you don't, I have extra copies if you would like one. I think it's really important. Our history is why we are preserving. So the economic benefit of preserving our history, and I'm sure you guys have already read through this, but the lifespan of a new building are 30 to 40 years, where versus more than 100 years for most historic buildings, structures, etc. Increased property values. In a study of National Registered districts, home and historic districts receive a sale price premium of 131%. Comparable properties in undesignated neighborhoods. I think you'll see that that's why right now Montclair is racing to designate more of Montclair. Conserve resources. Again, we can read on materials, 25% of materials being added to landfills and demolition and construction waste. Uses existing public investments. Every community has significant investments in public infrastructure, including roads, sewers, parks, schools. Historic preservation directs development to places where infrastructure is already in place. Next. 78% of the US leisure travelers choose cultural and historical places. I'm one of those people. I go to towns that are pleasant, that have some kind of history to them, something that you can identify. So I am one of those 78%. Prevents sprawl. Saving historic buildings and districts keep our towns and cities healthy and reduces the pressure to pave the countryside. When we reinvest in our older neighborhoods, we are reinvesting in inherently sustainable communities that are generally dense, walkable, transit accessible, and features mixed use. Creates affordable housing. That accidentally got on there because we don't really care about 2005, so I'm going to read you 2019's report. 6,000 units of affordable housing were created with federal tax incentives and historic tax credits. So it does show you that by creating affordable housing in historic districts or historic buildings, there are dollars to get back, tax dollars to get back. So, and in good economic development, historic designation of neighborhoods and downtowns enhance and protects property values of the district studied. Property values as a whole showed increase in historic districts. So if I could move on, support small businesses, can go on and on. Attracts investments. So what I find interesting about this is that historic properties are the differentiated product. I apologize. So, and that's what I believe that everybody's looking for. If in the long run, we want to attract capital, to attract investments in our communities, we must set ourselves and differentiate from others. So moving on, benefit of homeowners. Protect the investments. They appreciate and value, encourage better design, help the environment. It's a vehicle to teach the history of our town. Positive impact on local economy, enhance business development, and help build communities. Almost done here. So here's what I'm asking for. As you can hear, it was 1978 was the last time that we designated any new properties or districts. We have, first of all, the Hessian House and the Parcel House that, thank goodness, people have stepped in and preserved those properties. But we need to locally designate them to preserve them for a long time, forever. Also, the Short Hills Village. The Short Hills Village and what we're calling the Short Hills Village right now would include the train station, the green, the Rackets Club, and this downtown village, including, which would be the underpasses for the railroad, all of the the stone drains and everything that you see as you go to the school there. And it would include the Cora Hartshorn Arboretum. So it's protecting all of this district, and also allowing for upkeep, tax dollars, grants, etc. So at any point in time, so these areas, if someone else were to purchase, say the Short Hills Village, that it doesn't get destroyed or knocked down, that we like to preserve it. It is a part of our history. And the document that I showed you that actually has a summary, it's quite interesting how it has that village when it talks about the historic Short Hills, but yet it is not designated. So I'd like to ask you, and as you can see, the cost of that to the Short Hills Village would be $12,500 to do all the documentation for the village train station, the green, which is the park, the Rackets Club, all the other pieces I just mentioned. Also, we need to complete the design guidelines booklet. And what that does, as I said before, the design guidelines, they're unusable. So we'd like to actually be able to update this booklet to show what is required in these materials that are allowed for contractors. So they have some guide on the design and also materials. And then another piece is the education, outreach, and information. COVID stopped us from actually what we were trying to do, and that is to see if we could get realtors, architects, and property owners to help us put together some kind of program that we could talk about what preservation is, what it means, why it's important. And then we kind of had a stop put to that. But the cost on that is so minimal in the long run of what the benefit will be. So on the last one, this is what we're asking for. I think, as you heard 30 years ago, 40 years ago, 42 years ago, this is just a small piece of districts and areas that we would like to protect. We have Nottingham, which is a beautiful historic place. We have the Paper Mill Playhouse. It's not, we can't protect it. So we would love your support, in doing this. And that's what I'm asking of, this committee today. So if I can just sum this up, it was written that a person who doesn't respect the past isn't performing his or her duty to the future. Historic architecture is an essential element of our physical image. Look in those books. That is Short Hills, Milburn. Very few communities have an inherited such an extraordinary legacy. Literally hundreds of structures of outstanding merit from all periods. But we also have documented historic events, legendary architects, designers of Penn Station, I can't even begin to tell you. I gave you that list of all those very legendary architects. leaders of industry that lived here, and they brought money to Short Hills, to Milburn. So the wealth and the history and the cultural resources creates this unique character that I believe is truly Milburn Short Hills. And it differentiates, I'm so sorry, our town from any place USA. And that's what has people and drives people here. I really look forward to more opportunities to discuss in more detail about all of these things that we do. And hopefully in the near future, as you can see, the need of doing something sooner than later. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Canfield.
Thank you.
Do any committee members have any questions that they would like to ask Ms. Canfield at this point?
Yeah, thank you. Hi, nice to see you.
Hi.
So if you were to designate Short Hills Village a historic area, how would that affect, say, improvements for the town? Like we want to talk about improvements at the Short Hills train station for safety reasons, or lighting, or adding sidewalks. Would that affect the town doing that?
Absolutely not. It's quite the opposite. Right now, we are with the program with the train station that we are putting in a handicap ramp.
Mhm.
It went through historic because it's a historic building. We were asked to be a part of that. Also, it gave monies toward that. So again, our historic sites and those that we designate and non-designated. So there's a good example of that. We have resources that we haven't even tapped into. And I think to consider HPC coming to the table and explaining all that to you is definitely worth it. So, and I'd like my consultant, Barton Ross, who is an expert in all of these grants and dollars to be had and protect and preserve. I think it's very, very important to this town. And we haven't been players in that arena.
So the Hessian House, which happens to be the childhood house of a very good friend of mine, that is not designated historic?
It is not.
That's so weird.
So in other words, whoever owns it now could turn around and sell it, probably with not, certainly a fight to save it. But it could be sold and torn down.
That would be very sad. Next thing, the Milburn Design Guidelines booklet, would that streamline and ease the process when applicants come before the HPC? Because I know that can be a daunting experience. Would that help that process for many residents?
I do believe that it will, mostly contractors that they've hired, and certainly it would be very, very helpful to the homeowners. But we're really designing it for both, but mostly for the contractors and what materials can be used. So there is no question. So when they stand in front of us, we don't have to question them. Why did they not consider this or that? Because it is a guide.
So it would help the process.
It would.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Mhm.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So the HPC is supposed to be at the table when the master plan is being redone. Is that correct?
We actually did an element of the master plan in 1991. Now, forgive me, this was before my time, so I can only, quote this what I know of it.
So I guess my question is,
Yep.
are you not supposed to be at the table when the master plan is being done?
We absolutely are,
And you have, okay.
and
So
we haven't. It's not been a priority to the town, and to do a new element to the master plan. Again, that's a financial burden, not one that we can't recuperate or at least ask for grant dollars for. But keep in mind, when you apply for a grant, it takes a while. and it takes money to apply for these grants. So we pay Barton Ross to, come up with this paperwork and apply for this grant. And we may not receive, and it could take years before we actually receive the grants in some cases. They are getting quicker about that, but it could take years. So we really do need the support of the town to move forward on this. I think that I did answer your question. I apologize.
Do
We
other-
should be at the table.
I assume other towns, though, when they're doing their master plans or the HBC, their HBC is at the table, I guess is my question.
I'd say the majority of light communities, and certainly CLG grant, they are at the table.
You mentioned Montclair. You're saying that Montclair is rushing to get theirs. Is there a reason why? Is there some kind of grant money that's going with that?
Well, all I know is the history of Montclair, and I just was recently speaking to the historic preservation in Montclair, is the fact that we all saw this trend where Montclair's property values went down. Again, they suffer from high taxes and their properties were declining. The more they designated, the properties started then to be more attractive, brought new life to them. And I'd like to go in more detail with you about that. It's in itself a meeting. So
I have one last question for you. If perchance the downtown was designated historic, just curious, how would that help downtown, do you think?
wow.
Would it attract businesses? Would it attract, investment? Tell me about that.
Well, I think, like I said in my report before, that historic districts enhance your downtown district. We know that poor planning of a town doesn't attract businesses or investments. It really takes a more cohesive town. As you can see, you look at Haddonfield, Montclair, Princeton. If you compare us with all of these towns, they're very cohesive. HPC is very in the forefront and present. Not only that, but HPC has the capability of filing for grants for street improvements, facade improvements. As you heard, affordable housing. We can support a lot of different things and redirect the downtown. And I think we have the capability to do that.
And if 45 towns out of 565 towns, those are the 45 towns that are fighting for the grant money, as it were. There's a smaller pool, but probably.
There is a smaller pool, and we've already received some CLG grants. We have applied for the master element of the master plan, an updated master development plan grant that just went out. But again, our problem is we don't know. We don't know when we'll receive it. We don't know when it'll be issued. And we just keep getting into 30 years, 40 years. We just keep going. And as you remember what I said before, the society is privately funded. The commission, we need your support.
Okay.
I have a couple questions.
Sure.
Are there funds put on the side that you have control of right now?
No.
You couldn't pay for this on your own. For the 25,000.
If you're asking if historic has a budget, we have, and I believe we have a budget for our consultant. I think there's a budget for the town attorney, which again, we have an attorney from the town. But do we have an actual budget to plan 3 or 5 years in advance? We do not, which would be extremely helpful because we would prioritize what needs to be done over a period of 3 years or 5 years.
So there's no accrued money you know, in a fund that you could, I guess I was asking, is there a fund that you could tap into if, you know, to pay for the 25,000, or are you really relying on the township?
We're really relying on the township.
Great.
For this particular one, to designate these properties, we're really relying on the town. Master plan element, we can rely on grant dollars. But it would be nice, I think, for us and for the town to have a 3-year plan on what needs to happen next, what's supported by grants, what's not supported by grants. But again, we can't always wait for the grants to actually happen. We need to be proactive, bring historic to date, and then move forward from there and keep them up to date. I can't tell you the history as to why we're not, and I'm not blaming anyone, but as historic chair, I took it upon myself, in sitting on the commission for 13 years, is to observe and to write down everything that I felt needed to change and move forward. And I think that's exactly what we're trying to do now. We're trying to figure out how we can be a better resource to you, because we have a lot to give. We just need you to open the door to allow us to do that.
And with the, just one more question. So when you apply for the National Registry and nominate 3 local landmarks, is that once you nominate it, is there a good chance that it'll happen, or it's a maybe? In other words,
Well, this project, if I tell you, is at a minimum, just the village, 150-page report that has to be done. And what they do is they have to look at all the history of this. They have to document, it has to be documented. So we have to go everywhere to find this research, everywhere and anywhere. So we have to meet certain criteria for it to do this. We would not be here in front of you today if we didn't think we couldn't do it. And as you can see, just in the books, the book that I gave you and this particular book, a lot of it's right here. If you look at the Rackets Club before it had burnt down, there's monies out there, if possibly to rebuild it the way it was. A famous architect built this building. Stuart Hartshorn built it so everybody could see it when they were riding on the train, to say, what is that? We need to stop in here and see what this community is and what it's doing. So again, these are very, very historical pieces to our community that we haven't been good stewards.
I'll ask a naive question. You mentioned there is a society and also a commission. You're chair of the commission, and society runs with the private money. Aren't both these functions trying to go towards the same goal, or is there?
I can only speak for my commission. The society, to me, is more like a keeper of history, a museum. Yes, do they get private funding? I can't tell you what they do with the private funding. I'm not privy to that. But what I do know is they aren't actually actively preserving these communities like the HPC. Now, I also need to tell you that the HPC, the commission, was born out of the society. So are we related? Yes. I wish we were more related, because we certainly need them. They are a museum, they are the keepers. But at the same time, we need to move forward and preserve.
Is there any possible way that we as a committee can help, or a township can help the two bodies meet with each other or merge, or just to
Again,
kind of get that efficiencies, collaborate and do the same work with, I guess, best of both worlds? Just a question.
they have a separate board. Certainly We've attempted a couple of times to work together. But at this point, it's been unsuccessful.
And just one last question, For the 25,000, was there a time that you needed, like, did you have to file like the nominations by a certain time or date or?
Well, if you're asking me as the chair, I think this is 50 years overdue. So time is of an essence. I think anything that we can lock in and call it a district, let's just say the village, for instance. I mean, you know, we need to preserve that very historic area. I can't tell you why we haven't up to now. I'm just telling you it's a priority and of some urgency.
And the commercial property owners that this would be designated on, would they be, I mean, I guess we'd ask them, I mean, are they generally in support of doing this because it would raise their value? Or would they be like, oh my goodness, we'll have to check on upgrades or whatever we do?
Well, again, I wouldn't come in front of this committee if we haven't kind of, you know, kind of filled that piece out.
Okay.
I think they see that there's monies to be had to designate sidewalks, facades. It's not the old words restrictive or dictated. It's really preserving what we can and giving them the most amount of support in doing so. And so that means with grant dollars or support from various things that we could apply for to support them.
One more question, if I may. So you're the chairman of the Land Use Board. Is this something stretching the HPC that would normally, if the society was more active, that they should be doing this, or it really doesn't matter where it comes out of? Like, this is the natural fit to designate the HPC versus the society?
You know, I am not adverse with how the society runs. And anyone who is familiar with the society right now, it is suffering from just being up to date. So do I think we are the better fit for the Board of Land Use? I absolutely do.
Okay.
I think we're healthier, we're driven. And again, for those who don't know, we are all volunteers. So this is something that we've all committed to. I sometimes question 13 years. So and this isn't something that I thought I would ever be or do. But as you can see, I take this very seriously, and more so when I understood it better, when I was forced to take a look at my own property and say, how can I do it better? It was an ask. So that's the difference between being restrictive, forceful. It's an ask. And we create that with this new HPC team.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I
Thank you for your service.
appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's all.
I'm sorry?
What type of instrument?
Oh, it was just one or two. Thank you.
Thank
Good
you.
night.
Thank you, Ms. Canfield.
So to my fellow committee members, I'm going to suggest that we, if you're okay with this, that we all think about this. Maybe the finance subcommittee can talk about this at our next meeting. We'll
Yes.
bring it up under old business and kind of come to some resolutions. Does that sound
Yep,
good to
sounds
everybody?
fair.
Yes.
Sure.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
we'll take it up at our next meeting.
Ms. Canfield, did you hear the progression? Okay. All right,
We'll
great.
take
So
it
we
to our
will,
CEO
we'll
and CFO and say
for
if they're okay with it.
I just had asked if you heard kind of our follow-up conversation of
Sure.
how we're going to proceed. Excellent. All right. So maybe you'll come back and join us on the 23rd. Awesome. Thank you. All right. So our next presentation, Mr. Wasserman, Deputy Mayor Wasserman,
what-
would you like to introduce Ryan?
Yes, why don't we ask Ryan, why don't you join us at the front And we just want to, as I said before, just welcome. We have so many high hopes for our businesses, and we know that you're going to help us.
Yeah, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor and committee members. Thank you so much for inviting me to speak at your meeting this evening. My name is Ryan Gleason. I'm a 10-year economic development professional, and I'm excited to be joining the board of Explore Milburn Short Hills to really bring the special improvement district, a fresh start, a new face with great programs, events, economic development, filling vacancies, things that we can do that are positive, that are energetic, that can really bring our town and compete with, the region and the towns around us. A lot of the towns in the area have special improvement districts, business improvement districts, and they are succeeding. Towns that have had business improvement districts and special improvement districts have done better with their businesses through COVID, in education and getting grant dollars. So I really believe that with the board that we have in place and working together with you and our business owners and all of our volunteers, that we can really put some programs together to help the merchants and the property owners in all 5 of the business districts throughout Milburn Short Hills. I started my career with the Staten Island Chamber of Commerce. We represented the entire borough, over 800 business members. We worked with business improvement districts there. I was the chamber's chief lobbyist. We spoke before elected officials and government agencies. And it was really there that I learned about the value of business improvement districts. I'm a Jersey boy, born and raised. I grew up in Sussex County. I graduated from Caldwell University. And when Denville, the township of Denville in Morris County, established a business improvement district, I really wanted to be a part of that. And I became their first executive director. We built the organization from the ground up. It hadn't existed before. We wrote the bylaws, we wrote the ordinance, we got all the merchants and property owners on board, and we really built it into a success, into where it is today. So I'm very happy to speak and meet and work with all of you. Happy to answer any questions and just, thank you for your welcome.
Thank you, Ryan. Do any of my fellow committee members have any questions for
Ryan, could you just tell people how they can reach you, that you're located in this building?
Yes, absolutely. My office is here in Town Hall on the 2nd floor. I'm told it's where the copy machine used to be.
We moved the copy machine.
Yes. My email is ryan@exploremilburnshorthills.org. And we do have a phone number. I don't know it off the top of my head, but I can certainly get that out to the public and to everyone on the committee. I will be in the office Monday, 8:30 to 4:30, and then Wednesday through Friday, 8:30 to 4:30. Tuesday, I will be remote, but I can be reached via my email or my phone.
So Ryan, as you may have seen in other townships as well, there are always residents, some are for it, some are against it, but they all are passionate and they're all looking towards the township to become a better place. All I would encourage you to don't be disheartened, don't be discouraged, just put in your level best, and you have at least my support. I cannot talk to anyone else, but we are a good town here. We want to do good by our businesses, so you will have my support.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ryan, can you tell us when the next bid meeting is?
Yes, the next public board meeting is actually this Thursday at 7 o'clock here in Town Hall.
Great. And I'm just going to invite you tonight to meet Miss Canfield, because it seems like maybe you guys have some things to talk about
Absolutely.
and can help each other out.
Awesome.
Welcome. I
Thank you.
think you have a big job ahead of you, and all the luck, because we really all want to succeed together. We all have the same goals. So,
Absolutely.
welcome.
Thank you.
Ryan,
Yeah.
thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, the committee will now consider consent agenda resolutions.
Mayor, if I could, before you move to that.
Oh, I
think
for-
we did a couple of
Yes.
reports.
Mr. Falcon,
Quick item,
I'm so sorry.
trauma.
So excited about the presentations tonight.
Back here. There you go.
Oh, okay, thank you. I've been asked to provide you with a draft of a policy statement concerning the convening of meetings between officials and public elected officials and other township officials with constituents and others. We're in the midst of doing that. It is addressed, of course, to the conduct of public business. The elements which we have developed so far involve the inclusion of the concept that public business is not without the consent of the people involved to be conducted at people's residences. That's, I'm talking about township officials' residences or places of business, that when this is finally developed and you consider it, the policy will be put on the website so that everyone can be aware of who would be willing to receive people at their place of business or not, and that the public can be guided accordingly when we get that policy put together and you decide whether or not to implement it or not. The second item has to do with the monitoring of the recreational marijuana bill. It has not yet been signed by the governor. 6 and 1/2 dozen the other as far as process is concerned, but the governor has got it on his desk. He is waiting, however, for some companion legislation which would deal with some criminal procedures. The time for him to sign or not sign or conditionally veto that bill has been extended to February 18th. I really suspect that somewhere around the turn of the month, the legislature and the governor will come to terms on this. And the reason why I raise this is that when it finally goes into effect, there will then begin that 180-day clock within which time municipalities are able to opt out of providing for the various activities, marijuana-related activities, which would otherwise be permitted within the municipality. And some of those go to cultivating sites, retail, delivery services, manufacturing of marijuana products, wholesaling, distributing, all of those things that would be permitted. There are certain core businesses under the statute or the bill to be a statute, which would go ahead. This is kind of an on-off thing. When the bill gets signed and it becomes law, it's on. And if you want to have those kinds of activities take place within Milburn, then you need do nothing. Under the opt-out provision, however, you would have to take an action to provide that Milburn is not going to be a location where these activities are permitted to take place. Now, 180 days sounds like a lot of time, but as we know, it goes by quickly. If you take into consideration the fact that the development of an ordinance, its introduction, if it has some zoning aspect to it, it goes to the planning board, comes back to you for hearing. And I think not wanting to run right down to the last minute with the 180 days, as a practical matter, you're talking about really only a few months to come to grips with this. So I wanted to raise that with you. It's something that is going to require, and I know you got a ton of things going on here as exemplified by tonight's meeting, but the consensus will have to be developed by the township committee. I know last year when there was a medical marijuana proposal that came forward, the then township committee wanted nothing to do with that. I don't know what your attitude is with respect to this, but at some point, if you want to take advantage of the opt-out provision, let me know and we can start cracking at that. And as I said, sooner rather than later would be desirable.
Thank you, Mr. Falcons. Do any of my committee member colleagues have any questions for Mr. Falcon on either one of those issues? Or would like to make a comment, please?
So when the committee first opted out on medical marijuana. That doesn't go forward for this recreational marijuana. You have to do it separately.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, this is a whole other thing. A number of municipalities, when they heard about recreational marijuana being a possibility, adopted measures to opt out. But the statute, and those are actually of no effect because the statute provides that only in the 180-day period after it becomes law that you can opt out. So that's your limited horizon to take action with respect to that.
Thank you, Mr. Falcon.
Any other questions for Mr. Falcon? So to my committee members, I would like to kind of see if you have any suggestions or ideas about how you would like to handle this topic, this situation. Does anybody have any ideas or anything that they want to share?
We can open up for the public. If they want to talk about this, we represent them. So if they have anything, they can reach out to us and we can start the process as soon as that becomes a law, as far as the decision-making goes.
Okay, so it seems like you're suggesting that we kind of start this dialogue with our community.
Right. And whether it's a yes or no, I think it is still prudent to just go through that voting process here as well, whether we go with it or we go without it.
For it, right? Okay.
I would tend to agree with the committeeman. I think that as we get close, I guess my question to Mr. Falcon is, will there be some notice? I mean, I guess when the governor signs it, you're going to alert us that the 180 days has started. So I guess as we get closer, I think that we should make it put time maybe on an agenda and let our residents come in to speak for a certain amount of time, so we can get some feedback and see how they're take the temperature of the community.
If we remember from the election in November, slightly over 3,000 residents voted against this constitutional amendment, but over 7,000 voted for the legalization of marijuana. I don't know how that translates if somebody wants it in the town. I know how I feel, but there are, 14,000 adults in this town.
And good news is those 14,000 are represented by 5 of us.
Correct.
So you have the equal vote than I have and he has or anyone else has.
But I think it's important, like you and Mr. Wasserman said, put it on the agenda to have it actually people coming in who can speak either for or against, their views on putting it in the town.
And maybe also some of our merchants, might have some pointed.
That too.
Maybe that would be for Mr. Gleason to invite some of our merchants to speak on that too, because that would certainly affect their businesses.
It's a very good point.
Any other comments? It seems like we have consensus that this is going to be an agenda item, that we aren't going to wait until, we're going to do it sooner rather than later so that we have enough time and that's not rushed left to the last minute. So I want the community to be aware that we are going to be discussing this in the near future.
So as I heard the date, I think the date is for February 18th. That is actually before our next TC meeting. So
Right,
we
but
can
well,
start
it
as
might
soon-
also not, that's not a hard date. So it may or may not
Yeah.
happen then,
Right.
but we will
we
kind
can
of
start
track
like
it
a-
and we'll start seeing, and we're all, just let everybody know that we're paying attention to this and that we will have this conversation and we will make sure that we have community engagement and time for everyone to come voice their opinions.
Yeah.
Agree.
That sounds great.
Great, excellent. Thank you, Mr. Falcon. Mr. McDonald, do you have any reports for us tonight?
Just one brief report. As we see the forecast and additional snow coming, I just wanted to remind the community that first and foremost, thank the community for their patience, as well as adhering to not parking on streets when they're snow covered or when DPW is trying to get out there and do their plowing operation. But also a reminder to residents that plowing snow out into the street or throwing snow out into the street is not allowed and is prohibited. And we just ask that you not do that in future storms so that cleanup efforts can continue to go successfully and efficiently. So, and also a reminder of clearing sidewalks within 8 hours after the storm stops, or the last snowflake, I think, as it's written in the ordinance. But, and again, just appreciate everybody's help as we continue to go through these snowstorms.
Thank you.
Mayor, may I make one point to Mr. McDonald? As I was driving here, it was dusk. And once again, I noticed people walking in the streets, which are very narrow, and they're walking in dark clothing. They do not have any kind of reflective clothing. They don't have their flashlight on their cell phone, and it's so dangerous. They're walking in the neighborhoods on Milburn Avenue, and just maybe a little shout out to people, be really careful walking in the dark and at dusk.
Thank you. Okay, the committee will now consider consent agenda resolutions. Are there any comments from the committee in regards to any of the items listed on the consent agenda?
Yes, please. 21059, confirm appointment of member to the Affordable Housing Litigation Management Steering Committee. I don't know if you want to pull this out, if you just want to discuss it amongst us. Like, I still was never informed why we're putting, this is the chair of the Environmental Commission. So I don't understand, or I'd like to understand why this was a new decision, adding someone to the litigation committee, because the Environmental Commission advises and they pass resolutions within their committee that are then brought forth to the Township Committee to decide if we want to hear them and change them to an ordinance. And it's not an elected official. All the years that I was on the Litigation Steering Committee, we were always advised, when this one resident was continuously asking that he wanted to have a seat at the table. And we were advised by our professionals and our attorneys that that's not appropriate. It's for the elected officials who have to make decisions on where we want to steer. Do we want to further litigation, or do we want to accept a decision? So I just understand the role of this person, who I absolutely respect. Her integrity and intelligence is beyond reproach, but I don't know what the rationale for putting her on this committee. And because obviously that resident is not going to be put on the committee, is another resident going to be chosen and asked to be put on this committee? What are going to be the parameters for this?
Okay, so for right now, we're just confirming one appointment to the member, who is our environmental chair, Priya Patel. And before I speak, does anybody want to speak to this matter?
You know, I could speak to it, and I may ask Mr. Falcon, for input also. But you know, for some of the issues have an environmental impact in terms of the township, and you know, it's certainly my opinion that the environmental chair could be an asset to the township in engaging some of these issues without delving into the exact litigation. But there are certainly a very central environmental, there are central environmental issues that we think that Ms. Patel could be an asset for us. So without going further than that, I don't know if Mr. Falcon wants to add anything to that, but I think that was some of the thinking.
I guess I just wasn't aware of it. I didn't know the rationale behind it. And I just don't know if that was the direction I was ever advised all those years, that it was really strictly meant for the Township Committee people to discuss in private potential litigation and where we wanted to go with certain potential lawsuits.
Right.
So I didn't know if that was an appropriate place to put someone from the Environmental Commission. And it's no opinion on her, because I actually am very comfortable with Priya as our EC chair. I just don't understand, does somebody of that, on that commission, does belong on the litigation committee?
Well, as you recall, the planning board chair was not an elected official.
Mr. Falcon, pardon me, would you mind using your microphone? Thank you.
The planning board chair, who's not an elected official of the municipality, is on the steering committee. My comments in the past have been directed at having people from the municipal family, so to speak, be included as opposed to members of the general public, which I didn't think was advisable. It's not, there's no proscription one way or the other. You could expand it or contract it. It just seemed to be more workable in other places where actually both all of us, Ed Buzak and Paul Phillips and I have been involved. We have done it with planning board members, governing body members, and the consultants of the town. And that's really what you have. The addition of the environmental commission member in the discretion of the committee to address what they see as environmental issues coming up isn't outside of the municipal family. It's tapping another resource that you have if you want to go in that direction. But I don't want to create the impression that there's some illegality
No,
with respect to that. That was just my,
I just want to, in the planning board is a land use board. They make decisions on applications, which is different than what the EC does.
right.
So I just wanted it to be in full transparency why we're putting someone from a different board of a different level on this litigation steering committee.
And Ms. Eglo, like we've had this conversation too in full transparency. So we did talk about this. So
But
please
it's for
don't-
the public.
Right,
Um,
we are talking about it with the
Mhm.
public as much as we can talk about it with the public, which we have because
Well,
we're in litigation.
I'll also be glad to,
No, I'll add to that. I had
Yeah.
a similar question, and when I was talked to, I felt at ease and I felt really good about it too. So
I'll fill you
in
in
the
as a
same
member
boat,
of the
right.
committee. I'll fill you in on what we're thinking, in terms of the litigation.
Absolutely. Oh, good. Okay, that was it.
Are there any other committee members that would like to make a comment on the consent agenda items? Are there any members of the public that would like to comment on a consent agenda resolution item? If you are attending remotely, please press 6 if calling in by phone or raise a hand button on your screen. And if anyone in the room would like to come to the microphone to speak, please come now. And remember that we have a 3-minute public comment limit, and thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jeffrey Feld from 11 Alexander Lane, Short Hills, New Jersey. Prior to this meeting, I gave you a letter with various questions as to the consent agenda. The first questions I have goes to 21050, and we were talking about temperature of the community. I have a real question as to the $50,000 to the SID. There's questions as to the validity and legality of that payment. One, the SID has not adopted a calendar year 2021 budget. It has not even been presented yet to the committee. Two, there was questions as to, on January 5th, whether you could allocate $50,000 under the temporary budget, because last year they were only approved for about 16,000. And under the law, it says you only get 28.6%. How did you get $50,000? And we talk about the temperature of the community. There's litigation going on regarding the SID. I've asked to meet with Mr. Ryan, but he's been instructed by various people until the policy comes. He can't really speak to me about what's going on. But there's real serious issues because 2 members up here who ran for office, they said that taxpayers' monies would not be used to fund the SID. That's what you're doing tonight. You're asking to use taxpayers' monies to fund the SID. As to 2159, the cat is out of the hat. The superintendent last Sunday told us why we need an environmental person on this committee. It's all about the affordable housing litigation. It's the American water property. She said it in a public meeting. We're going there. That's where we're going. As of 21062, there needs to be a serious discussion about that. I gave you a series of questions. When you go and close executive session, when does the committee approve minutes? Should be done contemporaneously. I don't know whether the minutes you're approving tonight go back to years ago, but at the time, because I've been coming to meetings, every time you go to close executive session, there's never an agenda item where you approve closed executive session minutes. When you approve closed executive session minutes, they go into like storage. At some point in time, they get released. That's what the purpose of this resolution is. by myself, Mr. Cosgrove, we made Oprah requests. Because you settled litigation, we wanted to see the closed executive session. One thing you might have to go look at, we're getting to a point where you might need independent counsel to examine the minutes that are being released when they're redacted. Because there are serious issues regarding our municipal attorney. I'll talk about that later. But you really need to get a better policy as to the release, the approval, initial approval, which should be done contemporaneous within like 60 days of the meeting and when they get released. Because there are serious issues why we're releasing minutes that are like 3 or 4 years ago.
Thank you, Mr. Feld.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is anybody else would like to make a comment from the public? Do we have anybody raising their hands? This is for consent agenda items only.
Nancy Stone, 10 Fielding Road. I want to compliment the presentation for the Historical Preservation Society. She did an excellent job. And as a volunteer, I understand 13 years you're on this committee? 13 years, unpaid. Unpaid. At $80,000 a year, she's worth $800,000. You took less time for $189,000 for the Vision Planning Board and $200,000 that you haven't even gotten approved yet. And you have to think about $25,000. I would like to see Peter Nallett write a check, possibly for his own building to fund it. I thought that was excellent. Is there any other way to get monies for this? Good points on the both of you. But $25,000 to preserve the history of Milburn is nothing compared to the tragic spending that you're doing. That's it for now.
Mayor, with all due respect, is that consent agenda item?
Hold on.
It is now.
Thank you, Ms. Stone, for your comment. Okay, this is for consent agenda items only. So please, if you're going to make a comment, please identify the consent agenda resolution and speak to that, please. Thank you very much.
Jean Pasternak, 342 Hobart Avenue, number 21050. I would like to join in the questions that Mr. Feld asked regarding the $50,000 allocation, given the legalities and questions around the SID. Why is that being approved at this time? That's my question. 21062. I'd also like to join Mr. Feld's questions regarding the closed session minutes. These minutes should be adopted in a reasonable time of when litigation is settled, if that's the reason why these minutes are not being disclosed. There should be some guidelines regarding that, 30 to 60 days or whatever they are, but they should not be held for years. That doesn't make any sense, and it's not in the spirit of what you've written in the next, later on when I'm going to comment on about transparency. 21058, the 6.5 million bond anticipation note. There is no explanation as to what those funds were allocated for or used for in this agenda or any of the package items. If you could explain what that money was used for. 21064, the public meeting rules. I have a number of questions about that, but my number one comment is, first of all, how were these drawn up? Was everyone involved, the whole township committee membership, or was that really just drawn up by township attorney and given to you for comment? I would like to request that you consider doing what other townships do and also the Milburn Board of Education. Public questions are able to be submitted in writing right onto the township website in many other towns. I'm aware that the Board of Education also lists questions and answers on their website. This aids in transparency and accountability of this township committee. It also allows people during COVID to rigorously engage with their elected officials in lieu of personal attendance, which many people are fearful of doing. It's stated in the bylaws that there will be no interaction by the township committee members other than through the mayor. I'd say for months, I've been coming here with questions that are never discussed and never answered. And I think this is not welcoming, as stated in the bylaws. It is not engaging, and it's disrespectful to your constituents to fail to answer these questions. And then 21065, the Code Examination Subcommittee, if you look on the packet, Ms. Miggins' name was not included in the list of people nominated to that committee. So the members of the public that received that didn't see that name. And I would say, having heard your description of who's on that, I think that once again,
Thank
Ms.
you, Ms.
Miggins has a
Testa,
conflict of
for
interest with the
your
planning
comments.
board and with this committee.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anybody else that would like to make comments on the consent agenda items? Thank you.
Hello, good evening. Dominique Urso, residing at 514 Milburn Avenue. I would like to discuss the consent agenda item 21-050. Ms. Miggins and Sanjeev stated on a recent Patch article this past fall, the date was September 4th, 2020, that quote states, "Had our Republican opponents paid better attention, they would know that there would be no new levy on commercial landlords until calendar year 2022. And even then, economic conditions would dictate whether or not a levy would be feasible. They would also be aware that a SID has no tax impact on residents." I would like to know, is that in fact true? And if not, how are you voting yes to approve the SID budget in the amount of $500,000 tonight? I would also like to add, the reason why I volunteer and take my time to sit and listen on these meetings and comment and do my own research is the fact that this is my family's business that has been in town for a little under 30 years. This committee has a lack of disrespect for people that raise concerns and want answers that will affect their business. So it's with most respect that I say, I hope that you can answer some of these questions, because indeed you are not helping our business. You're affecting our bottom line and to even make a profit in a pandemic. Taxing us is not helping us, it's hurting us and putting a lot of people out of business, as you see. Putting more restaurants and more businesses will not help existing restaurants and businesses that are already struggling. So if Ms. Miggins and Mr. Sanjeev could answer to why they were against the SID and now you're for it, for a total of $50,000 of a budget, I'd really love to know that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Urso. Does anybody else want to make a public comment on consent agenda items? Okay. Would any of my committee members like to respond to any of the comments that were made during consent agenda public comments?
Sure, Mayor, if you may.
Please.
So never in my writing I've said I'm against it. Always in my writing I said where the tax dollars are from resident are not going to be from 2022 onwards. And it's not $500,000. It was, I think, $20,000 in last year, and about I think $200,000 for this year. And next year onwards, it is from, it's all factual. It is what it is from the day one. And yes, openly I'm saying I am in support of SID. And when Ms. Urso talks and when Mr. Fell comes in, I always think these are the two people who are litigating the town. And are they okay to talk about this and question it personally or in front? Maybe Mr. Falcon, you can talk about this. Is that the attorney can come in as a resident? Yes, I agree, that's fine. But as an attorney, whether it's pro bono or whatever it is, maybe I'm wrong, he's not the attorney on this case. Could you please clarify that for me?
Well, it's the policy of the township not to engage in discussions at the public meeting with respect to the litigation. Now, comments of the nature that have been made here tonight, being unhappy about the SID and unhappy about the way the money has been raised, or trying to contrast current positions with positions that people have had in the past, that's a public dialogue that really is not directly involved in the issues in the litigation. I would say there's no prohibition against any of that.
So
That's
is it
not
something that
inconsistent
they
with the
should actually
policy.
say it when they're talking about it?
I'm
Just
sorry,
kind of
sir.
Do a full disclosure?
Should they disclose that they're representing people in litigation?
Yeah.
I don't suppose that's necessary. I think we know it.
Thank you.
And in terms of, and also in terms of our municipal budget, and I mean, maybe Mr. McDonald, do you want to speak to that in terms of?
Certainly. And I can actually answer Ms. Pasternak's question on the ban, even though it has been removed, but maybe back, and just so that there's some understanding there. The township's temporary budget, as I think was brought up several times after the reorganization meeting, is 26.25% of the previous year's budget, not particular line items or anything like that, but the overall budget. Now, you can apply it to particular line items, and you wouldn't go over 26.25% of that particular line item. However, the municipality has the ability to budget and allocate that money the way that it sees fit based on the operations that would take place within the first quarter. Generally, you're supposed to pass your budget by the end of April, but generally on how you operate. So for instance, we are not going to allocate money towards leaf collection from January to April, but we are going to allocate money towards snow removal during that time. So the fact that the Special Improvement District, Milburn Short Hills Business Organization, had funds allocated towards it is as a result of knowing that budget is coming forward to the township committee. They've actually already discussed that budget at their previous meeting in January. And in the event that the SID comes back with a budget of, and I'm using this as an example, but if they come back and say our budget is now $100,000, well, then the municipality would only be allocating an additional $50,000 to them. So this is, certainly within the ability, because there was a line item in the budget in 2020, and there will be a line item in the budget again in 2021. And the way that this has been done in putting that money in the temporary budget, and this bill on the bills list and this allocation, I think speaks to the transparency of the transaction. As far as Ms. Pasternak's question, the bond anticipation note for roughly $6 million, a little bit over, are those short-term debts that the township has with regard to complete streets, South Mountain flood projects, the police department, HVAC system, and those types of things.
Thank you so much for clarifying that.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald.
Are there any other comments from the committee?
Thank you, Mr.
May I have a motion to approve resolutions 21 21-053 and resolution 21-058, which have been previously pulled from the consideration.
Motion.
May I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Miggins,
Yes.
Ms. Paul Eglo, Mr. Wasserman, Mr. Vinayak, Mayor Prupus.
Yes.
Thank you.
On to resolutions 21-064, approval of interim rules of procedure and order of business. Mr. Falcon, can you please review this with us?
Pick up my microphone first. As a general proposition, the front end of this set of the first installment of rules of procedures and order of business largely mirror what was contained in your 1988 rules, practically verbatim. I have changed the provision, which I've recommended for change, where the rules previously provided that the township's proceedings would be governed by Robert's Rules of Order. In my experience and in connection with the courses that I participated in on municipal procedure, it's been generally acknowledged that Robert's Rules of Order is a 715-page book of arcane, unnecessarily complex motions, 99% plus of which are never utilized in connection with municipal proceedings. Commentators have mentioned that Robert's rules are really meant for parliamentary type organizations that operate on the basis of standing committees. And so I have modified that to the extent of saying that in circumstances where it arises, the township committee could use Roberts for guidance as to how to proceed in some unusual situation. But the next iteration of the rules will contain the typical motions that are utilized by municipal governing bodies in the course of conducting their public business. The order of business, I changed in only one respect, which was to have the minutes proceed before the approval of the agenda as a transition from the former meetings to the present meeting. Other than that, that's the identical order of business that's in the 1988 version with the public comment period at the end of the meeting, which was the way that they had it back in those days. As you know, that has been changed from time to time more recently to include additional public comment periods, or now as you have public comment in connection with the resolutions, consent resolutions, which is in your discretion to do or not as you see fit going forward. The provision pertaining to amendments remains the same. The rest of it, after Article 4, is drawn from a set of regulations which were promulgated by the city of Belmont in California. And they were provided by a resident really back in the beginning of 2020. And Alex reminded me it was Mrs. Truitt who came up with the suggestion that the township take a look at these regulations. I looked them over, and it seemed to me that they really assisted along the lines of having the presiding officer be the person through whom everything should pass. And the presiding officer will recognize people on the township committee who wanted to have something to say, would seek recognition of the presiding officer. People in the in attending in the public would do the same. And also provisions relating to, I guess, fostering a sense of welcoming, collegiality, respect as between the members of the township committee and the members of the committee and the public. The thing that I added that Belmont didn't have, which is the controlling law in New Jersey, prohibiting the use of electronic communications by the members of the governing body during the course of a meeting to communicate with one another or with people in the audience and vice versa. That's a principle which has been reaffirmed, and it's been called the meeting below the meeting. If there's a meeting going on and actually the conversation's going on between people outside the building or in the audience, you know, if you vote for that, your toast comes up on your email. But to make clear that that rule really ought to be observed. Beyond that, I think, other than to characterize the city of Belmont's regulations which are in here, in a general fashion. I think they tend to make sense, I would hope, to achieving the goals that you have said you want to achieve with respect to the conduct of public meetings and the interactions between each other and the public.
Thank you. Are there any comments from, any questions from the committee to Mr. Falcon?
I don't want to disappoint, so yes, I do have a comment. And I did speak to Mr. McDonald and Mr. Falcon about this. And in Article 2, Section 2, the mayor shall on all occasions preserve order and dignified proceedings. The mayor shall cause the removal or arrest of any persons who interrupt or prevent the proceedings of the Township Committee from continuing in an orderly fashion. I think that this is a horrendous paragraph. I see we have 2 officers here tonight. I don't know why we have 2. I don't know what we're expecting to happen. At the reorg meeting, I commended the last officer who did not follow the but was advised to physically remove somebody. I believe we are all neighbors, as Mayor Prupas said before, of this town. And I did ask Mr. Falcon, is it even legal for a mayor to cause the arrest? We are a municipal government. We are a small town. And I think that what is interrupt? So if somebody yells something out, you can cause the removal, 1 warning, 2 warning, and the arrest. I just think this is a terrible paragraph to have in here. And then Mr. Falcon told me it's been like that since 1988 or whenever. So I would ask that this sentence be modified or somehow changed, because I am so uncomfortable with this. I mean, we're supposed to be welcoming, as it says further in this document. I don't believe we've been welcoming last year. It certainly did not feel welcoming. I never needed an officer in the room when I was the mayor. I was not so thin-skinned. And when we're here, there's always going to be a hot button item. And we ran as volunteers. You wanted to be mayor. And you're going to get praise and you're going to get, some heat. But to say if someone interrupts, like we're so protective, and a resident wrote a letter that she does not feel we need more public comment because it's an opportunity to bash Mayor Prupas. Well, Mayor Prupas is an adult and we're all adults here. And I don't think we need to be this protective. I have stronger words to say. I'm just offended by this line. And I would ask my committee members to modify that. Yeah. And why we have 2 officers here tonight? I'm curious, what were we expecting?
I'm guessing that one of them is a field training officer.
Okay,
That's a good answer.
okay. And on overtime? Or
No,
they're our duty officers?
They're riding together. One's a
Okay.
field training officer, the other one's learning the ropes.
Welcome. Hi. So anyway, is it legal for the mayor to cause the arrest of somebody, Mr. Falcon?
Here's the law on that. There were a couple of cases, I think in either Hudson County or Essex, where an individual came to the podium and proceeded to tell the members of the Township Committee that he thought they were stupid, that they should be arrested, that they should be thrown out of office, that they were incompetent, etc. And the mayor had the individual taken out by the police, and the person was charged with disorderly conduct in the municipal court. The individual was convicted. An appeal was taken. The court said, hey, you might not appreciate somebody coming to the podium and telling you that you're incompetent and a bunch of crooks and that you ought to be thrown out of office, but that's the way it is. The principle that gives way to escorting someone out of a meeting has to do with the interruption and preventing the meeting from going forward. That's what the court said. If someone, and there have been a couple of examples of extreme behavior in these cases where someone literally prevents the conduct of the public meeting to go forward. And the mayor has been justified in saying, I'm sorry, we're not putting up with this after a number of warnings. You know, I have to warn you that you're preventing this meeting from proceeding. And if you don't cease, then I'm going to have to ask the officer to escort you from you. So this really reflects the current state of the law. Whether you want to say it or not is a matter for you folks to decide, not me. But there is the ability to cause this to happen.
Okay, well, I strongly object to the language of that, and that means that I cannot accept in resolution 21064 because I just am so uncomfortable with that language and that we're so thin-skinned now that we need this protection. And it's so vague. You interrupt, you're removed, you can be arrested. I'm uncomfortable with that.
Well, Committeewoman, I mean, I think that to your point, I mean, I think we all are neighbors and we all want to treat everybody with respect. And I think at times it does get heated. But I also believe that we need to have decorum. We should always treat each other with respect and not calling anybody, each other names or whatever could go on. And I think that the mayor does need the rules to make sure that the meeting goes on efficiently and has decorum. And again, we know from the past that there has been heated exchanges. There has been, things that have gone on. And we need to maintain decorum and respect. And I think it's mutual. I think that we all have to treat each other as neighbors. And just because we have rules, doesn't mean anybody's going to be arrested or any of that. But the fact that we have rules here, I think it's important for our residents that we get the town's business done and that we treat everybody with respect. But the fact that we have rules, I mean, I think it's important that I think it's important to have it. That's my opinion.
I agree there should be rules. Do not accept Article 2, Section 2.
So coming back to the 21062, I think you have answered, Mr. McDonald has answered, and Mr. Falcon has answered almost everything that was asked, except if you could put a light on it, Ms. Mayor, if you could please allow Mr. Falcon to talk about the closed session minutes. I think someone in the public had asked, what is the legality against it, or what do we do? Because in the closed session, what we had today, it's simply nothing. So whatever the minutes are, when can we open it up to the public? What is the rule on that?
Okay, so we're moving, we're going to move away. We're going to take a brief, moving away to 21062 because we still have to finish.
Oh, we still have to finish
So
it,
if you can just hold that one comment, we will come back to
My
it
apologies.
after these two resolutions. Before we move on to our old business, we will talk about that for sure. Okay, so do any other committee members have any other comments that they would like to make on resolution 21-064?
Mr. Falcon, I just want to be clear about these rules were from 1988 and you added the other pieces at the end? Okay, so these have been rules that have been established by the Township of Milburn since 1988.
Yeah, they were done in 1988. I think that at some point since then, as far as I can tell, Roger Clapp, I guess, drafted these, and they were first put in 88 and carried forward year after year after year. And then I think in the early 2000s, they were not kept in effect. The Township Committee fell back on custom and usage, I guess you could say, and proceeded to utilize this order of business and the general rules that Roger had in there. But in effect, this has been what you have done and what you have followed since that time.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any members of the public that would like to comment on resolution 21-064?
My name is Jeffrey Feld. As to 21064, my recommendation, if you can table this to the next meeting so the public can really look at it, is there's history here. We're talking about 1988 to 2021. There's a series of opinions. Our city attorney just made a reference to a case by Justice Alvin that involved the school board. You have to remember, in 2005, we have these meetings videotaped. You should read Justice Zazali's opinion. And what the portion of this is transparency, having engaged, robust, informed civic participation. I provided to you the rules that came out for virtual meetings in September of this last year, 2020. One thing that if you look at your order of business, we should have that citizens know that they have a right to talk on agenda items before you take official action. That's not in your discretion. That's part of the state constitution. It's part of the Open Public Meetings Act. I ask you to look at other templates. We should not be looking at California. We should be looking at other municipalities or other counties in this state. Why are we looking to California to tell us how to run our meetings? We are guided by our state constitution and Open Public Meetings Act. I would just say, take a time out. There are other attorneys in this community. We could get input. This should be really a neutral issue. We shouldn't really be fighting on this. Let's get it done right. Understand the law that has changed since 1988 to 2021. I mean, the legislature has changed. There's been rules and regulations. Look at the cases that Justice Alvin has written about Oprah and the Open Public Meetings Act. The public has the right to make comments. I appreciate that you're giving us the opportunity to comment, but there are serious mistakes, I think, errors in here, such as you still have in the rules that we don't get to see the agenda packet, the agenda packet until like 4 o'clock on today. I think that our policy is that when you receive it, the public gets to see it. That should be in the bylaws. We should know that's an error that's there. We should clean it up, that everyone knows that when the agenda comes out, at least 48 hours, because that's the modern trend that's in the rules and regulations. I would just say, take a time out, let other people give comments and come back to it.
Thank you, Mr. Feld. Are there any other comments?
I would like the record to show that these rules were made for me. You did this on the DMDA when that was on the board and Cassie was resigned because I was overseeing the money, and you came asking for $10,000 for the Ed Foundation because we got $150,000 from the town, and you came marching in asking, oh, you got money, so let's get $10,000. So these type of things I can get thrown out for, Kit, okay? Because I'm exposing the fraud that she is. Is that legal to say that she's a fraud? Yes or no? Because my guidance
Please,
is.
all the comments, part of the
So
rules of
what
order,
I'm saying
please,
to
are
you
all
is
the
you
comments
tried the
directed to me.
shenanigans with the DMDA. It didn't work because I wasn't intimidated by anything then. I'm not intimidated now. I won't be intimidated. I'm not going away. I am going to call you out on your nonsense because the fact is you are not equipped to run this town. You are not a taxpayer. You have no vested interest, and you absolutely are recreating the same shenanigans that you did with the DMDA, torturing David Serkin with Carrie. Well, at the time was Carrie, you, and Carrie. And now you're doing it again. So if you think you're going to quiet me, think again, little girl, because it ain't happening.
Thank you, Ms. Stone, for your comments. Is there anyone else that would like to make a public comment?
Yes, hi. I thought this was part of the previous comment period, but I'd like to point out a couple things in addition. So there's some inconsistency with what's written here and what I see or have seen happening with the SID board. So the chair of the SID board is also the attorney for the Essex County Board of Commissioners. So he has instituted the public comment period, for example, more than one time. I think it's 2 times in his agenda. So I would point again to what Mr. Feld said about being consistent with what the state constitution, as well as county level proceedings, et cetera. Why are we reinventing the wheel here when you have one sub body, whatever they are, SID, and then the governing body doing two different things, and then the county body doing something similar to them? I think it should all be consistent. Secondly, I would have to say that there is definitely a chilling effect on speech when you have the presence of police in the room. I also feel that the way things get heated and questions not being answered discourages people to come forward. I've been told that by members of the township who want to come and speak. They do not feel comfortable coming here, having watched what happened here on January 5th. They have comments, they want to give input, but they can't because they don't want to be berated. They don't want to have the fate of what they saw happen to Nancy Stone. So I think you have to consider this, and I think it's really important. And I appreciate what Diane has pointed out with respect to that. The other thing I would say is, just reading through this draft, I find it really inconsistent. I mean, on the one hand, make the public feel welcome, but yet there's the police, being asked to come in and arrest people. It doesn't make any sense. So what is the message? Are you welcoming us to come here and debate and give you input or not? I don't think that this represents us coming here and being welcome. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Ms. Pasternak. And then we have one on the phone as well.
Good evening, Nicholas Volpicelli, Overlook Terrace. Thank you all for serving. I'd like to also, first, thank you for recognizing African American History Month, very important. I also want to comment on this procedural issue in front of you, the consent order. I think it's very important that we move public comment back to before decisions are made. Last year, we had some examples where the public commented and it shaped the discussion that was happening, a few of the redistricting ordinances, and the decisions of the body were improved by the public having an opportunity to speak. So if I may quote President John F. Kennedy, speaking to the press corps on transparency back during his presidency, "No president should fear public scrutiny of his program. For with that scrutiny comes understanding. And from that understanding comes both support or opposition, and both are necessary." He continues to say, "I not only could not stifle controversy amongst your readers, I welcome it. This administration intends to be candid about its errors. For as a wise man once said, if an error does not become a mistake until you refuse to correct it. We all intend to take full responsibility of our errors. We expect to point them out when they are missed. For without debate, without criticism, no administration and no country can succeed." So anyway, I do think moving the order back, and I do think it's a hard job when you guys are up there. So I thank each and every one of you guys for volunteering. In some ways, I'm glad I lost the election. But I do think for transparency, getting the comments back earlier in the agenda is well worth doing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And we have a few comments on the phone, and this is to Resolution 21-064.
Hi, Dominique Urso, 514 Milburn Avenue. This township committee is not welcoming at all towards people that you feel are opposing your things that you want to pass. Okay, you don't want to be transparent. Every time you use the word transparency, okay, it's not truthful and forthcoming. You hide behind the screens and that someone like me is on the Zoom, that you can cut me off right before my 3 minutes is up because you don't like what I have to say. So then when I'm muted, like what happened before, Mr. Vinayak can go and say, this is misinformation. It's not. Anything you put on the web, like the patch, is public record. So don't lie in front of a group of people because it's recorded too. Okay? This TC also does not treat citizens like your fellow neighbors. It's scare and intimidation tactic, and it's not right.
Remind you that this is for if you're going to.
It is regarding that you have the police there and how you try to intimidate people, and you don't want to hear all opinions. You are messing with people's livelihoods and their pockets. They have a right to tell you how they feel, and it seems like you guys really don't care about the businesses in town. and how it's affecting and how you really can help, because you do not go to all businesses to try to see how they're doing and what would help. And putting the police there when they're trying to plead with you that what you're passing is not helping but hurting them to make a profit and to keep their business alive, it's not right. And that needs to stop, or you need to be willing to hear people. You use scare tactics, you're not very warm and welcoming, and everything that I have rewatched, because I've done a lot of research and I'm very invested in this town, as my family has a lot of business here for over 26 years. Okay? And we're taxpayers, unlike you, Mayor. We have more stake to lose. Okay? So doing what you do is not right. I'm a 24-year-old girl. I'm probably the youngest person on these Zooms, and I see how unprofessional majority of you conduct yourselves. I volunteer my time to help my fellow neighbors and family because business is not good in these times. And it's a shame that the town is not a part of what's helping us, but rather you want to shut us down and not hear our pleas. It's wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Urso. Looks like we have one more hand raised. Sarah, you're on, Ms. Sherman, you're on mute.
I think I've unmuted now. Yes, thank you. Most of you know me, Sarah Sherman, 42 Greenwood Drive. I think the evidence that we are letting everyone be heard is the fact that we haven't even gotten to public comment yet. This is a very long meeting. We're going over 2 hours, and people have been heard more than once. So I think it's ironic that the very people who are heard 2 and 3 times at any given township committee meeting, and I tune into all of them, complain the most about not being heard. So I've written to the township committee. You all know that I believe that public comment should be left at the end as it is at the moment, because I think there's more than ample opportunity for people to be heard. As to the objection about people being arrested, I would not like to see that myself, and I've certainly been among the people who spoke passionately to issues in front of the township committee. But we live in an environment today where you have no idea who might walk into your meeting. And we have had people who were not from the town who came to speak at meetings. I know I've been there and heard them. And I do believe that the township committee should be protected and have the opportunity, the right to eject someone who may be threatening in some way. So I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I doubt that's going to happen, but I do think that it should be there for the protection of the township committee. I thank you all for your service. You do a very difficult job. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments? Would any of our professionals, our committee members, like to address any of the comments that we just heard? Mr. Falcon.
Yes, I believe that I heard Mr. Feld suggest that there was a requirement for the taking of public comment and a hearing in connection with the adoption of resolutions. I may be wrong, but I think he made that point, which he has made previously. I would renew my request to him, also made publicly, to provide what law he is relying upon for that proposition. And we'll certainly be glad to hear it, always glad to get a constructive idea sent in. That is not one that I'm familiar with. There are particular kinds of resolutions, such as your budget resolution when you adopt the municipal budget, or there's a hearing in connection with the adoption of the SID budget. But other than statutorily required hearings in connection with the adoption of resolutions, I would invite him once again to provide what he has with respect to that. And in addition, if there are any provisions of this regulation, this proposed set of regulations, which he thinks run contrary to law or to opinions of the judges that he has mentioned, I would invite him to submit that too. And we'll be happy to take a look at it. But for the moment, I couldn't subscribe to the idea that you need to adjourn this meeting so that these things adjourn the consideration of this resolution, so those things can be looked into. But if they're out there and he wants to submit them, then please, by all means.
Thank you, Mr. Falcon. Does anyone else have any comments that they would? We have one more. Okay, let's take this one, and then we'll come back to the committee to see.
Hi. Can you hear me? I'm struggling. I keep losing and getting on and off. Let me just see if I'm. Can you hear me?
Yes, Karen.
Hi, how are you? Perry Urso. In regards to the woman that just called prior to Mr. Falcon speaking, I'd like to know if she is a commercial property stakeholder. My comments tonight, the mayor is allowing attorney to continue to spend taxpayers' dollars for litigation where she and others are part of. You are personally attacking my family by harassing them with notice of discovery. They are not the defendants in this litigation. It is shameful and outlandish treatment for anyone in opposition of your policies. What happened to the Tara Prupis on December 4th, 2018 during your statement?
1064. If you don't, I'm going to ask you to speak up at public comment, but we are
I've been trying to get on. I keep getting kicked off. I reported a problem.
I think that we're going to come back to Ms. Urso during public comment. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. I'll be waiting.
Okay, thank you very much. Does anybody else from the committee have anything that they would like to respond to about resolution 21-064? Okay, I would just like to respond and just let everybody know again that I'm happy to meet with the public during my regular scheduled office hours on Thursdays from 9 to 11 a.m. Meetings shall be set up by appointment. To schedule an appointment, please contact me at tprupis@milburntwp.org. Please include how you would prefer meeting, Zoom, phone, or in person, and I will do my best to accommodate you. We have been sitting here now for 2.5 hours, and I would like for us to take a 5-minute recess so people can use the bathroom, stretch their legs, and we will reconvene in 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Oh my gosh.
My job, as I see it, is, to work and support the property owners. Well, I'll work at a retail store, but I've worked with small businesses for
Cover payroll. Cover payroll. Cover payroll in order for New York. I can tell you, there's no civil laws on state. This was last year, it's 20,000 on Sunday, people all Sunday, we had lines out the door. 7 o'clock in the morning. We just shared zero because we have children and the parents. Not such a big thing. But I can weather it because I'm 30 years in this. I'm not talking out for 1 year. 30 years. I'm definitely.
Well, I'm hoping to earn it. That's my.
Don't pay taxes. Kid, I'm telling you, I gotta tell you, I'm really pissed at you because you can let them get away with that crap. Come on, I'm paying you. Eric Bernstein is a personal friend of mine, okay? And you know something? You should know better. He teaches municipal law. And you're having a gravy train, which God bless you, you're retirement age. And I would coach these idiots too. I would do the same damn thing. Coach it while you can, you got a retirement fund on our backs. But really, arrested, she tried to pull this crap at the DMDA and I stopped her then.
Every other word the rest. I'm not voting for it. Not up to you. No. It's wrong. It's a tool that's there. I'm sorry, that's not a station of why you would arrest her.
She has some goddamn mess. She was arrested. She had a police report filed against her with the DMDA. Yes. With Eddie Heavy. It's on the tab. Absolutely. Okay. She's ready to sentence.
Well, if you're changing things, why do something for 80 days?
Okay.
Just do it all forward, and you guys kick it around.
Yes. And then you know what? She shows us about charges because she's a business owner. This is our mayor. You tried to shut me up.
It's my role. What can I say? What can I say?
Thank you for this.
You're welcome. We need another one, just, motion.
That's our mayor. Did Eddie file charges against you, Tara? And you came at her, torturing them at the DMDA, ripping apart their desk drawers? I emailed you to meet with you and you wouldn't meet. See, you do the same thing. Run away, run away.
Nancy, congratulations on the baby.
Thank you.
He's adorable.
I'm very excited.
He's got a nice head of hair.
Yeah, I met him. COVID free. I have COVID free. Oh, Levi Bennett. Woo, nice. Yeah, very nice. Very nice.
All right,
Okay.
did they do the first in the hospital?
No, they were supposed to do it tomorrow, but there was some testing that they did with, the mother had some blood issue. So they had to test the baby with genetic blood issue. Really, but he's fine. He should, my other grandson wasn't tested and they missed it in Mount Sinai. So we'll probably have it on Sunday. Yeah. Maggie, I'm also waiting for you to get back to me to meet with me. I'm not in litigation with the town. So you and Sanjeev are welcome anytime.
Thank you.
We need to catch up.
Did you go to one of the HPC meetings? That's what I was going to ask you before. Did you sit in on one yet?
I did. I just sat in one. I had gone to them in the past just to see what they were all about. And I went to this last one. And it's a totally different age piece.
It happens, Mr. Feld, it happens. It's not on purpose.
Well, you're doing a great job.
You understand what I'm saying?
Orange doesn't know where to put this.
Huh?
They don't know where to.
The orange, the snow?
They don't know where to put it.
Yeah, well, they got a little bit tougher issue. We at least have the
You got
Juro
people off
Park.
the streets, you know, most people.
We got up by your way. We just put in Juro Park, you know?
And it'll melt sometime in April.
Right. Right.
Because I don't know where you were, when my daughter was in kindergarten, we had like 3 major blizzards, like in 3 weeks, like in 2 weeks in February. So she didn't go to school.
Yeah.
The kids couldn't even go get on the buses because the snow was so high.
But yeah, but at least they got snow days. Now they don't even get snow days.
I mean, it was good. It was ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, how's your wife, how are you handling your?
Oh, she's a teacher, so it's like she's got trying to do virtual with virtual and
And now, because it's basically saying after Easter vacation, all schools are open.
Yeah.
And he told, that's where he's headed.
yeah, and I think that's a good route.
Yeah,
That's a good route.
but he's gonna say.
It's time.
Okay, are we ready? Jesse, you're good? We're going, we're on. Okay, may I have a motion to approve resolution 21-064?
Motion.
May I have a second?
Second.
May I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Miggins,
Yes.
Ms. Eglo,
No.
Mr. Wasserman, Mr. Vinayak, Mayor Prupus.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to resolution 21-065, to constitute and provide for the operation of a zoning code examination subcommittee. Are there any comments from the committee in regards to resolution 21-065? Are there any members of the public that would like to comment on resolution 21-065? This is, if you're raising your hand on Zoom, this is only for resolution 21-065. Okay, we will bring in, can you bring in Sarah Sherman, please, and then Perry Urso? Oh, Ms. Urso came into the room, okay. Well, maybe, oh, it's.
This is an
maybe
old hand, probably.
Anybody else, or let's bring them in.
Yeah, that might have been from previous.
Okay, maybe that was previous, okay. Okay, so, no public comment. May I have a motion to approve resolution 21-065?
Motion.
May I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Miggins, Ms. Eglo,
Yes.
Mr. Wasserman, Mr. Vinayak, Mayor Prupus.
Ms. Aglo is scheduled to sponsor ordinance 2569-21.
I would like to sponsor an ordinance entitled Ordinance 2569-21, ordinance adopting a stormwater control ordinance for the Township of Milburn Development Regulations. The purpose of this ordinance is to amend the stormwater control ordinance to be compliant with new standards adopted by the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection, including modifying the definition of major development, changes to existing definition, and the addition of new definitions, updating the requirements for major developments, as well as minor amendments to the Freshwater Wetlands Protection Act rules, the flood hazard area control rules, and the New Jersey Pollutant Discharge Elimination System rules. As we learned at the previous meeting, this is something we have to do for the state. And as one of the members of the Environmental Commission wanted to see some stronger wording in there that could be amended by the EC and brought to us. But in the meantime, this is for us to procedure for introducing an ordinance on first reading. I move that this ordinance be taken up and passed on first reading, and the township clerk be authorized to have the ordinance published in accordance with law in the item and for hearing and final passage on Tuesday, March 9th, 2021.
May I have a second?
I'll second.
Roll call vote, please.
And if everyone would just please speak into the microphone for me. Ms. Miggins?
Yes.
Ms. Eglo? Mr. Wasserman? Mr. Vinayak?
Yes.
Mayor Prupus? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gaddy. We are moving on to old business, and the first topic of old business is Main Street closure and expansion of outdoor allowances. Just going to ask Alex for you to speak to this to the committee, please.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. So last year, during the pandemic, or at the beginning of the pandemic, we're still in, we made some necessary adjustments and changes to the way that we operated to accommodate outdoor businesses, outdoor dining, and various other subjects. And it was a little bit more of a reactionary thing. And I think at this point, we have the opportunity to plan this out a little bit better going forward. Certainly with the time that we have, the avenues of approach that we took last year, that we can mimic some of those, as well as some additional things to think about for the township committee and those action items. I think I had provided a brief memo to the committee about some of the topics: Main Street closure, use of Lot 1, waiving of sidewalk cafes, licenses, and other things that might be able to be done, but more so to stir the conversation and maybe get to a point where there's a group talking about these things. The installation of parklets elsewhere throughout the township. We did have one last year by what was formerly Peters. So, is there the ability to accommodate those spaces elsewhere throughout the township, as well as and to make them safe and have a certain aesthetic and things like that? The ability to now plan and think about these things, start to put resolutions on the agenda to make that happen as we start to climb out of winter and into the warmer weather. Certainly there's going to be a rush to want to start to do business outdoors and get dining outdoors, as restaurants are currently only at 35% capacity. One little hiccup to this, this memo was written prior to the passage of Governor Murphy's bill in allowing some of giving some latitude in some of these areas. Just have to be looked at in addition to this, but it doesn't necessarily change some of the things that the committee would need to talk about here. But I'm happy to answer any questions or any discussion about it, or what process the committee would like to go through on that.
Mayor, I would just like to say, I thought closing Main Street was a wonderful, wonderful thing that the township did. I spent a lot of time, on Main Street, during its closure. We had a influx of residents from neighboring towns. It's funny, when I walked past tables last year, I saw a lot of faces that I normally don't see. So I think it was a major success. I also think that with the committee's consent, going forward, there's also time to plan some music venues, for our neighbors. I also noticed that there were no, ambulance issues, first aid. I don't think that was an issue. I know that was brought up at one point, that we should be concerned about that. But I'd even advocate to go even further, that maybe even in April, that we look at closing for weekends. Hopefully if there's warmer weather, that we can have, start closing Main Street weekends as of April, and kind of draw our neighbors and friends to come to the township, to visit our town, to what we would say explore Milburn. And I think it's a great opportunity, and I want to commend Mr. McDonald for reacting under a lot of stress, and doing it right. And I really commend you, and commend our police for doing a good job. And I think it was really well received. And I really urge my colleagues to let's jump on this, help our businesses, bring in our friends, and it's a great opportunity.
I echo that. What other streets can we close and do more business elsewhere as well? Is this not the main street that we should be looking at? We should be looking at more than that.
Yeah, and I think to comment on that, unfortunately, street closures are generally going to align with being able to be programmed in some way, whether that's through outdoor dining use or through other things or activities. In other areas of town, Milburn Avenue, Upper Milburn Avenue is just Upper Milburn Avenue. It's not, there's no other real opportunity there to close the street. Same with Chatham Road. And certainly, so Main Street does tend to be the one area where you can make a closure and have activity there. However, that's why in the memo, it outlines the idea of having multiple areas with parklets that restaurants may want to activate, or have space there, and creating some guidelines as to how those spaces look, the aesthetics of those spaces, safety of those spaces, which is really important. And so the reason for the memo now in the beginning of February is that there are a lot of resolutions and things that need to take place, that we can get ahead of in terms of holding harmless Essex County for Essex Street, Main Street, and things like that. Letting them know what we plan on doing when it comes to parklets and those things. Getting our detour plan if you do choose to close Main Street down to the DOT. All those things have to take place. But I think to your point, Committeeman Vinayak, it's more about can we help activate those other places in different ways, and I think parklets would be a great way to do that.
Ryan probably can do something.
Yeah. And I'll also say that I was in talks with Karen Mia. Karen Mia also is looking forward to having approval to use our parking lot, that really saved their business. And they were looking for some feedback from us also. And I told them, I'd bring it up tonight.
May I? Okay, so I'm not here just to disagree with you all. I'm just maybe the voice of a different opinion. I know closing Main Street was a very exciting thing. It looked like a big block party. But that being said, it also became like a magnet for everybody to go to. And it left the rest of the town without visiting. So I think I don't agree it should be closed for solid 3 months. I think my opinion, from what I hear from a lot of people, there's both sides. It's a double-edged sword. It's fun, it's vibrant, it's exciting, yet it totally shuts down the circulation. Once you get in the habit, which I am, and many people I know, they avoid coming down Main Street because of the circulation. You go down Glen or you come up Washington section. So once that happens, and once Main Street's closed again and the traffic, hopefully, world will be a little more normal, then all that traffic is going to back up Orchard Hills Road. All those things are a negative along with the positive. So I don't think we should close it permanently for 3 months, but I'm just the other voice on the shoulder giving a different opinion. And I think if parklets are safe to do in other parts, because we don't want to forget about Basilico, Cafe Monet. I mean, there's a lot of other restaurants in town. And if those 3 restaurants are sucking all the activity from the entire town, I don't always see that that's a pure positive.
Well, we also have Explore Milburn in place, and we have, they have in their budget, they have money for programming in all the districts. And all, just because we're talking about Main Street does not mean that we're not concerned about all of our districts and all of our restaurants. And I think that having Explore Milburn, having money set aside in their budget specifically for programming and trying to engage our residents in all the districts. I just want to respond to you with saying that this summer could be a fun summer, not only for Main Street, but all of our restaurants in all of our districts.
All of our networks.
Right.
But you're talking about closing it solid from Memorial Day to Labor Day, or just weekends?
No, I mean, solid for the summer, but starting weekends potentially in April.
Okay, well, I'll just be the outlier on this one again.
I wonder if there's something that, in working with the Explorer, that if there is that magnet, as Committeewoman Eglo says, that we then create other magnets for other areas of the town. So whether that means music of some sort, not bringing it into Main Street, but maybe putting it on Upper Milburn Avenue. Or I know on the Boxcar, and they have so much outdoor dining. They have it all set up for them. They have music. That place is always hopping. It really is. So if there's something we could do for our other districts like that, I think the parklets make sense for up by Oscars and Cafe Monet, 100%. And maybe they, be a nice way to see how we could get the traffic to slow down a little bit as well. But then maybe music up on Upper Milburn Avenue. There's the Lobster Shacks going in. There's the
Let's not forget Morris
Enzo's.
Turnpike,
There's
too.
the other. And Morris Turnpike. So something different that's not. So somebody wants to. It's been my experience, and I know I waited tables for years. If the restaurant was crowded, you just went to the next restaurant, because when you're hungry, you're hungry. So you'll just move to the next place. So if there could be different ways we could explore that and look to try different things at different places. It's like kids. No two kids are alike. You have to treat them differently. So no two areas are alike. You should look at that.
Yeah, and I can speak to that a little bit. And one of the things is that on Upper Milburn Avenue in particular, we had reached out at one point to see if there was any interest in utilizing lot 14, which is the lot that's behind. Now it's not as visible, but it certainly would offer an additional space. And so that we can, possibly have some programmatic ideas there or whatnot. But I'm happy to work with Ryan and explore and kind of go through those ideas. And if there's anybody else that wanted to sort of chip in on that, those ideas. But, again, as far as my concern, I think we can definitely get together on all of the things, aesthetics and how my concern is just making sure that we get the legislative items in front of the township committee that need to be completed to allow us to do those things and whatever it might be. The one in particular that Deputy Mayor Wasserman had brought up, which was the utilization of lot 1, which was very successful, in particular for Carmia, and Live Bread also did use it at one point. And I think that was a good idea. One of the things that we just do have to be cognizant of is that as we begin to crawl out of, hopefully, of all of this, that there will be some shifts in parking and traffic and things things that have allowed us, the decrease in those things that allowed us to operate in a certain way. So I don't think it'll be an issue, but it's just all, I just want to sort of paint the whole picture rather than, but I think if it's the will of the committee, we'll start bringing those resolutions before you to make those things happen. You can make more definitive decision about how long you want to close Main Street. But I think that we will have to put in a closure plan how long we're going to do that.
Right. So it's a good thing Ryan's still in the meeting tonight, and you and Ryan can work together to come up with some suggestions and kind of get this ball rolling. I'm sure we'll hear public comment tonight, and maybe continuing. People should reach out to Ryan, reach out to Alex, reach out to the committee members to voice your opinions and your suggestions and comments about how to make this successful through the summer for everybody. So we're just going to start the ball rolling, and we will continue to have this conversation. Okay, thank you. Second item on old business is the amendment to the plastic bag ordinance. Mr. Falcon, can you please report on this for us?
Yes, As you'll recall, you've been planning to introduce an amendment to your existing plastics ban ordinance. It was limited to the definition of a reusable bag. The ordinance proposal was circulated to the New Jersey Food Industry Council and I guess others. I received a call from Bill Dressel, who's with the, the council. You may remember Bill was formerly the executive director of the league. He's now with them. And they've made some comments that I have to take a look at. It has to do essentially with the timing during which a municipality is permitted and on particular subjects to amend or not their existing ordinances. We know that your ordinance will continue on out into, I think it's like May of 2022, at which point it will go away when the state statute takes control. This is limited to that one definition. I did speak to Ms. Patel, the chairperson of the Environmental Commission, to get some background on it that I can use in my discussions with the council, but I'll have to get back to you as to whether that's going to be able to go forward or not.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Falcon. Does any of the committee members have any questions for Mr. Falcon? Nope. Okay. Do any committee members have any other item of old business that they would like to address? Okay, moving on to new business, the shopper parking permit. Alex, Mr. McDonald.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. So this conversation actually started prior to back in March, February, March of last year, but wasn't renewed until this January, in which the idea was brought forth to have a resident shopper permit that would allow our residents here in Millburn Township to purchase a permit and therefore not have to then feed the meter or use the pay station, but that they would purchase this permit on an annual basis. Time limits would still apply, but it would add a level of convenience for our residents and encourage them to come to our downtown, our shopping districts, the B3 zone, anywhere there's paid parking, Chatham Road. It wouldn't necessarily apply to the Morris Turnpike as there's not paid parking there, but anywhere that the municipality has paid parking, this permit would apply. And it would be, and so this is something that would have to be done by ordinance. And the committee was provided with a draft of that ordinance, as well as the information from Mill Valley, California, which is one of two places I think Jesse and I had discovered that this takes place. Another place in California in Laguna Beach, but it's a really interesting concept, and I think it could be really successful to incentivize and encourage our residents to shop local and be activated in our community. And so, just by way of a brief introduction to that, in what we did, so we established, and I should mention too that this was all discussed with the parking ad hoc, which Mayor Purpose and Committeewoman Miggins are on, and we worked through this a little bit. It's not just popping out of nowhere. So what we did was we took a quick analysis of one of our parking lots, which are that we have the pay stations in, and it allows us to analyze the parking transactions. And we did that, and we found that there were 5,755 unique parking transactions made with the MPay app, and that generally the shoppers averaged about 3.6 parking sessions per shopper, and about $1.20 in parking fees in a particular month. They averaged that. So annually, shoppers were spending about $48.80. So kind of looking at how to apply this to our residents and also understanding that there's still a need to pay for parking and have this all be part of the utility. The fee for this parking permit initially drafted into the ordinance is $60 for the year per annum. And so I'll just go through some of the other things in the ordinance that I think are pertinent. So in the ordinance, in this draft ordinance, that would be for the consideration of the township committee at a later date, but to be discussed tonight. There's a range for the first two vehicles between 60 and 90. Obviously, that would have to then be set by resolution, whatever that rate is. But it allows, instead of having to come back and change the ordinance every time you may need to make an increase, you can then establish it by resolution if it should increase. The idea here was to set it at $60. The third and fourth vehicle of a household would be, again, set at a range of $70 to $100. And this is consistent with the way that Mill Valley and Laguna Beach, California have structured their resident shopper permits. There are a couple of loopholes that had to be protected against. One is to make sure that those individuals that no business or business owners would be able to purchase this as a workaround on the actual business permit. This again is to incentivize the residents to come shop local. No resident located in a business district, again, would be able to circumvent the 24-hour permit or resident permits that we have in those areas by purchasing this permit. And that this would apply to any paid shopper parking space in any of the business districts, and that it would be restricted to residents of the township. And this is, again, meant to incentivize those residents to shop local. So that's the brief synopsis of this really interesting and cool idea.
Great, thank you, Mr. McDonald. Does any of the committee members have any questions or would like to discuss?
Mr. McDonald, how many hours, let's say if you're a shopper,
Mhm.
you send in your money for your permit, you have your permit, I guess goes on somewhere in your car. How many hours can somebody shop somewhere?
Well, none of our lots are more than 3 hours. So I think a good rule of thumb is the on-street parking is 2 hours, any lots are 3 hours. So conceivably it would be 3 hours.
That would be the maximum.
Yes.
Mr. McDonald, would you speak to the idea that if it is a permit and it's $60, that's $60 right to the town. But when we use the park and pay, how much of each event, as it were, each parking time does that company keep?
Yeah, that's a great point, Committeewoman. So MPay, again, convenient, and we've seen a very, very massive uptick in the use of MPay. However, with each transaction, it is actually a quarter of every transaction. So if somebody pays for an hour of 50 cents, we're losing 25 cents on that transaction. And so this is a great way also to allow more money into the parking utility by not having that fee removed from the parking transaction. And just to speak to that a little bit on the 25 cents is that that was actually reduced from 35 cents at one point on these transactions. And it's a little bit of the nature of the beast in adding that convenience through an application. Each of them does that, whether it's MPay or Park Mobile or whatever. But again, this idea would help mitigate some of that as well.
Thank you. Was there still discussion, and I don't know if it would still be relevant, of changing the deck to more like how Montclair and Morristown does it? Like you pay for as much time and have an arm? Has that been discussed again?
That wasn't discussed in our initial parking ad hoc meeting. However, I think it's something that will probably continue to be on, can be on. Parking's going to change. I mean, it has been changing and it's changed as a result of this. However, I think it's too early to sort of make a determination that you can all of a sudden make it that drastic of a change of the parking deck that has been utilized by commuters in the event that things do go back to, quote, unquote, normal. But there will be changes to parking, I think, and the way it's utilized, the way it's allocated. And certainly that would be one of those considerations.
Right. have the ability to stay more than 3 hours.
Mhm.
Because if you have this permit, like if you're on MPay and you're at your limit, you can go on your phone and add time, correct? Or no, if you're in the same spot?
Correct. So when you're on MPay and you are at the time limit of that particular lot, you won't be able to add. But if you're parking for an hour and you want to add another hour, you can certainly do that. However, if you're parking in lot 5 out here for 3 hours, you should not be able to add more time to that.
Okay.
Because they can come mark your tires.
But that's correct. And also they'll look at the parking violations officers will look at the program that shows that you're over time, you're expired.
Would the app allow you to put more money in? Does the app allow you to put more money in?
It should not.
Oh, okay.
After that time limit.
Okay, interesting. Good.
Are there any other comments or questions?
Yes, we are having a technical difficulty with YouTube. And just so everyone does know, Zoom is the meeting that we post to YouTube after the meeting. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so if there is then consensus to move this forward and we can have Alex work on an ordinance that we can have for first reading at the next meeting. Okay, great.
Great.
Thank you. So moving on to the second item of new business, which is the business advocacy zoning regulations recommendations. On the call, we have Planning Board Chair Beth Zoll, who has thankfully stayed on with us, Beth, and we're going to bring you on now to just speak to, so I'm going to give you a little bit of background. When we had our last, is Beth still on? Okay. I think so. Well, we can still talk about it a little bit. So, and if we don't have Beth, then Mr. McDonald and Deputy Wasserman and I can kind of introduce it, and then we'll speak to it moving forward. But so as we met with the steering committee, met with Perkins Gleason in our last meeting, some of the recommendations had to do with some of the zoning regulations within the business district. This is a conversation, some of the recommendations that we've been talking about in different capacities coming up from different conversations with land, commercial property owners, businesses, residents, and this is something that Deputy Mayor Wasserman has also been talking about. So we just want to bring to light these different recommendations so that we can start talking about them and seeing if the committee would like to make any decisions to move them forward.
Well, you know what, Mayor, could I recommend that Mr. McDonald give a little more background, and then I'd be happy to
Absolutely.
speak on it.
Yeah, sure. And I think also that Beth is going to be jumping on, so just keep an eye out for her. So as the mayor has stated, we have been working on some of these items and discussing these items for quite some time. We, in particular, I think everyone may remember that there's been discussions about restaurants, and restaurants is a permitted use, or at the very least a conditional use in some instances. Also, some of the other recommendations that have been thrown around, spoken about, as well as been brought up by Perkins Eastman in these conversations with the steering committee, are items such as the possibility of eliminating downtown parking requirements in the central business district, the idea of expanding permitted uses, the idea of potentially having a continued certificate of occupancy for businesses that would allow for a more understandable parking permit process when it comes to businesses instead of an arbitrary process that it kind of is now in terms of the planning board. And that's not, I mean, that's the way it's been done. And but I think there are better, you know, I think we all have kind of circled around that there are better ways to go about doing that. As well as I think, you know, making sure that there's an advocacy route for businesses that are coming into town, that when they come into town hall, they have individuals that can guide them through the process, whether it's, you know, us housing the SID here, as well as myself, the zoning officer, building department, and being able to sit down and help businesses go through that in a more business friendly way. I think trying to sort of focus in on that goal of how can we be more business friendly and how can we get the reputation that when people walk in to Milburn, they're looking to do something or open up a business, that they feel that they were met with open arms and that they were helped through that process instead of, you know, and again, you know, not trying to just make that experience a much better one. And some of that does come to zoning and making sure that we're addressing those issues through the code as well.
Right. I think that the overall arching message that we want to send out to the world is that Milburn is open for business and that we're welcoming to businesses. And then so we need to make some changes that will kind of allow that message to be true and then to project that out to everyone.
Right. I was just gonna, I know that Beth is on, that she's gonna speak to this, but I do want to echo what you were saying, Mayor. You know, we have to make it easier for businesses to join us in Milburn Short Hills. We have 5 incredible business districts that have a lot of vacancies. And, you know, the report that we got from Perkins was very, I wouldn't say shocking, but it was very straightforward that a lot of businesses, they can't come here. They don't want to go, you know, it's very onerous for them to go through our processes. This is, you know, something that Committeewoman Eglo, you know, was working on when she was mayor. But I think we have to, lower any impediments, you know, within reason to bring in new businesses, vibrant businesses, so our residents can be served best. But certainly the low hanging fruit, in my opinion, is to eliminate the required parking requirement for businesses, cost them, you know, hundreds or thousands of dollars. We have to eliminate that. Allowing restaurants to move into vacant restaurant space. You know, this is an ongoing issue. I don't, there's, you know, to me, I've studied the issue. It doesn't hurt anybody. There's no downside of doing that. And also, according to Perkins, which Beth will speak on, to allow more permitted uses that are up to date. You know, that also would bring in vibrant businesses. So there's a host of things. I'll let Beth speak to this with the mayor's permission, but I think we have to do it.
Ms. Zoll, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. It's a little bit hard to hear Tara and Richard just from the audio, but Alex, I was able to hear very clearly. So thank you. As just a brief introduction, my name is Beth Zoll, and I currently chair our planning board, the Millburn Township Planning Board, and have served on it since 2017. So I have had multiple years now of experience with reviewing applications for some of the things that were just touched on both by Alex and Richard. Thank you. So I don't know, Alex, if you are planning to share any slides, or should I just speak to the items I have?
No, we do not have those slides. I do not.
No problem. And that's a perfect way for me to segue out of my talking points, which is first that as alluded to and as discussed at multiple meetings, the Downtown Vision Plan process has been underway since last year, and it's moving towards wrapping up. And the idea and the intent is not to just come out of it with a plan, but to come out of it with near-term actionable items, as well as more medium and longer-term visions, kind of the grand visions for the direction we would like to see downtown Milburn proceed. So some of the nearer-term recommendations, which I was excited to hear about from the perspective of being on the planning board and being kind of in touch with the not so day to day, but regular comings and goings of businesses, not just for Milburn, but also how we compare to our surrounding competitive downtowns. And one of the things that we have heard Richard just mentioned, parking, big issue in the way that we are requiring in our zoning, just a little bit of onerous responsibility for purchasing of, parking permits, even if there are not necessarily staff who would be using them on the part of the business. So there's some things that, even though they're there with good intent, maybe are not as applicable or making sense in today's environment, whether that's because of our proximity to transit, ride share, et cetera, as well as the amount of available parking in our downtown. Beyond just the parking, the intent and what we'd like to do with the vision plan and the recommendations that have come from the Perkins Eastman team, talk about, expanding the opportunities for businesses and making it easier, making the entry bar a little bit lower for appropriate businesses to come into our downtown. For example, there's language that certain kinds of uses that are non-office can be on the ground floor, but not something like a real estate office. It's sort of very prescriptive in a limited way. So Perkins Eastman has given us a bit of a blueprint to think about things like making more flexibility with our range of uses, to open it up for less parking regulation and more allowing the business owners to make decisions and permit them to have parking for employees as needed. And one other thing I want to touch on is the review of the ordinances. For example, our signage ordinance, which is very specific, is something like 5 or 6 pages of text. And that can be very intimidating for a small business who wants to come locate to say, whoa, so have it appropriate, have it meaningful, and I think there are ways that we can look to other examples and benefit from how they're doing it well in other places without sacrificing for Milburn. So without elaborating too much more, but I up to the Tara, if you'd like to ask any further questions on this, but I do want to encourage everybody to stay tuned on the website. I believe it's going to post the information for the next public session, which will be later this month, I think February 25th, if I'm correct, and I apologize if I'm incorrect. And so there'll be information available probably on our website, and I wouldn't be surprised if it gets a reverse the 911 swift blast about it.
Thank you, Ms. Salt. Do any of the committee members have any questions for Ms. Salt? And can you hear me now? Is that?
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
Well, hi, I'm just really, really happy to see that this is being discussed. These are things that we've seen on the planning board for years. I've discussed it with Mr. McDonald and Mr. Wasserman and anybody, but this is really very timely and so important.
Thank you so much. Yeah, and I think, and I'm happy to be able to share this. I think I've seen some feedback, and there's discussions that this is becoming a development plan, and I think what I'm hopeful that everybody can see is that it's not just about what is being developed, but also thinking about how we use our downtown. And I'm very excited to see these kinds of topics be a near-term focus, and I hope everybody can get behind doing business smart in our downtown.
I'd also just like to point out that so much of this work that we're doing now was born from your master plan reexamination that the planning board and that you led through the recommendations that came out of that work. So I wanted to bring light to that and some history and of course with your involvement in all this. So thank you, and thank you for being on the call with us tonight at 10:20. I really appreciate it.
Thanks so much, and thank you to Alex for giving me a little nudge to come join. So thank you.
So then if there is consensus from the committee, what I would like to do is, so Mr. Phillips, who is our town planner, could not be here tonight to discuss all this. This is why, thankfully, Ms. Zoll stepped in. But we've been talking about this stuff, and I would really like to see it get moved into the hands of our planner to start writing some ordinances for us. He will be able to join us on the 23rd. and we'll be able to speak to the work that he's been doing. So if that's okay with everybody, I'd like to move it, if I have consensus in that direction. Yes, yes, yes,
Yay.
and yes.
Yay.
Sure. Thank you. So, Mr. McDonald, you'll relay all that to Mr. Phillips?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Saul. Have a good night.
Thanks so much.
And finally, our third item under new business is status of the update on the downtown redevelopment area. And again, Mr. Phillips is unable to be with us tonight. He'll be back on the 23rd, but we have our Mr. Mariziti is on the call with us, who can speak to all this. Mr. Mariziti, you're on mute. Hello, we see you. Oh, you're still on mute. Mr. Mariziti, you're on mute, if you can hear us.
Okay.
Great, now we can hear you.
Thank you. I thought I unmuted a while back, but in any event, I was saying that I have the pleasure of being Kit Falcon's partner, and I thank you for indulging me speaking to you from, as you can see, the art gallery of my grandchildren. I am here to give you a quick overview. You've been working very hard tonight. I won't keep you long with respect to the redevelopment component of the downtown visioning process. And as you will remember, when the RFP was issued to engage the planner, one of the topics that was required to be addressed as part of the downtown visioning was to take a look at the redevelopment issues that are present in the downtown. And let me just back up and say that in 2006, Paul Phillips conducted what is called an area in need of redevelopment study of a smaller piece of the downtown area that is being considered for the downtown visioning. And at that time, concluded that that small section of the downtown area did qualify as an area in need of redevelopment. The master plan was mentioned, and the 2018 master plan made a recommendation that the redevelopment designation be reviewed and that a redevelopment plan be developed if appropriate. And so that ties the visioning effort in with the master plan recommendation. And so in that connection, we have been looking at, Paul Phillips and myself, the 2006 area in need study that was approved, and the area was designated as a redevelopment area by the township committee at that time. You all know, I believe, that the redevelopment plan that was prepared based on that designation was considered but not adopted. So there's not a redevelopment plan for that area. So the question we've looked at is whether the 2006 redevelopment area needs study is valid and vibrant. And the concept would be that even though it was done in 2006, if there has not been a material change in the area since that time, that it would be a basis upon which to develop a redevelopment plan for that area. Mr. Phillips has reviewed the area and has spoken with me and indicated that, in his opinion, there's not a material difference in that area. The significant change, the only change, is the demolition of the Rimback building that does not substantially change the general conclusion of the redevelopment designation there. He will be reporting in writing to the Township Committee with respect to that fact. And that would then form the basis for a redevelopment plan to be discussed and prepared and ultimately, perhaps, hopefully adopted for that area. And so that is the report that I have with respect to what is going on with the redevelopment component examination as part of the downtown visioning area. And I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have. I know you've been working long and you have a further agenda after me, but I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Do any of my fellow commissioners have
Good question. Hi. This is 2006. Do you have any recollection why it was not adopted? I obviously was not paying attention back then, I admit.
Yes, the study was adopted, but the plan that was prepared to be the redevelopment plan for that area was prepared by Wallace Todd, and it was submitted for hearings before the planning board. There was public discussion about it, a lot of public interest. It was ultimately not adopted, was not considered at that time to be acceptable. So the plan never got adopted.
So it would require that same procedure, having public hearings and having it brought back to the TC in that aspect?
Yes, the way a redevelopment plan preparation works is that a draft plan is prepared, submitted to the township committee. It must ultimately be adopted by ordinance because a redevelopment plan, I always think of as being something of a hybrid between a master plan because it's aspirational, it sets goals, but it is also something like a zoning ordinance because it also establishes the zoning requirements for the redevelopment area. And so in that connection, it must be reviewed by the planning board before it is adopted by the governing body. The planning board has a role in reviewing the proposed redevelopment plan and determining whether it is consistent with the master plan or is designed to implement the master plan. That recommendation back to the township committee it can either be, yes, it is consistent, and then the township committee may go ahead and adopt the ordinance. If the planning board concludes it is not consistent, the township committee may, even so, adopt the redevelopment plan, provided that it is a supermajority and there's a statement put on the record as to why the governing body has come to that conclusion. So that's the process.
Did it get as far as the planning board last time?
My recollection, I was at the hearing, my recollection was that it died at the planning board. That's my recollection, but that was a while ago, so I could be wrong about that.
Mayor then? So that was Dan's plan?
It was a township committee plan that was submitted to the planning board.
So it would have to be rewritten, right? I mean.
Oh, I'm not talking about bringing that plan back again. What I'm saying is a redevelopment plan may legally be drafted anew with different concepts, different goals, different aims, certainly not bring back that plan. I don't think that's the idea. I think that the process of preparing the plan is one that would involve a good deal of community input, stakeholder input, and a lot of visioning before it gets to the point of being introduced as an ordinance.
Arduous procedure, yeah. I would bring back the 2006 plan. This is an example.
The area need of redevelopment study.
It's hard to hear you, Mayor.
Oh, sorry, I was just saying that the area in need of redevelopment study is still valid. That part is still valid. Everything.
That's right. Yes.
You have to go down that path. You would have to start.
That's right. In order to have a redevelopment plan, you must have a study that is accepted and concludes that the area meets the statutory criteria. We've got that step behind us.
Right. And
So the next step is to prepare the plan and get that adopted. And then the ultimate step is to negotiate a redevelopment agreement with one or more redevelopers to implement the plan. So you could think of it as a three-step process.
right, and Ms. Woman Egla, what you're looking at is just study of the area. That's
Okay.
not even the redevelopment plan.
No,
wanna see that.
you gave us, that's a much bigger
That was
packet.
done, right.
Right. I just wanted to clarify what this was I was looking at, because
Yes.
I'm going to hold on to this.
Great.
Okay, good.
And all of this stuff is on the downtown visioning webpage on the town's website as well. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mariziti. Yes, yes, more questions.
Thank you so much. I just have a quick question. Why is it that you say that it is still valid? What leads you to believe that?
Speaking to Mr. Phillips, he has reviewed the area and concluded that there's no significant change since 2006 that would render it invalid. So on that basis, he will be reporting to you his conclusion in that regard. And that's basically the reason.
Just because there was no change, significant change.
No significant change.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions from the committee tonight for Mr. Mariziti? Mr. Mariziti, thank you so much. We're going to let you go. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Yep.
Have a good night. Stay safe.
Okay, we have reached public comment portion of our meeting. When invited to speak, please come to the microphone, clearly state your name and address, and speak loudly so that your comments may be understood by all and properly recorded. There was a properly noticed remote option for those who could not attend the meeting in person. If you called in and would like to comment, please press 6 now. If you're attending by computer or electronic device, please click raise hand button. All members of the public wishing to speak will be put into the queue to address the committee. Whenever an audience or committee member reads from a prepared statement, please email a copy to the Township Clerk's office at townclerk@milburntwp.org. To help facilitate an orderly meeting and to permit all to be heard, speakers are asked to limit their comments to 1 3-minute session. You will be prompted when there is 30 seconds remaining. This is a business meeting, and please do not address professionals or staff directly. Please direct all comments to me. Each individual will be given 1 opportunity to make his or her public comment. Please be patient, and we will address each member of the public that wishes to speak. I will now open the public comment period.
Ms. Mayor, if you don't mind, can I ask that question that I asked earlier?
Oh, to the resolution.
Yes.
Yes, I'm so sorry,
No,
Mr.
it's okay.
Vignani.
I mean, I can wait for that to finish, or I can.
You know, Mr. Feld, can you please sit down for 1 second? Mr.
Sorry,
Vignani,
Mr. Feld.
this was, you are trying to address, yes.
My question is just either maybe Mr. McDonald or Mr. Falcon, any of the two. There was a question asked earlier, which I would also like to know is 21062, release certain closed session minutes. That was a question asked. I just want to know and understand what exactly the process for that is. When do we release those meeting minutes for the closed sessions?
The minutes are actually approved by you contemporaneously as they come before you. Release has to do with whether or not the matters that are reflected in those minutes continue to be ongoing matters which are not subject to disclosure. Some of these matters go on for a long time. What gets done eventually rather than issue something that's all blacked out because it can't be disclosed, it's done in parts. The things that still need to remain as private, undisclosed, are blacked out, and then the balance of the items that have since been resolved are set forth.
Okay. So when it's closed, it's released to the public.
After your approval of a resolution such as you had tonight.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, if you'd like to make a public comment, please come up to the microphone. Thank you.
Again, my name is Jeffrey Feld. I gave you my address. A few questions or facts you should be looking into. You should all get a copy of the state handbook on redevelopment that was issued in 2010. You might want to get a real legal opinion from this law firm as to the need for the area in need study, whether it's still valid. Because case law came out from our state Supreme Court. Because there was an issue always whether a plan or a redevelopment plan could be subject to condemnation powers or not be subject to condemnation powers. If you read the local newspapers, like in Livingston, they're going to have area needs and studies, public hearings on 3 different sites. And they specifically say in their notice that these are redevelopment plans without condemnation powers. I don't think you've told us, because I don't think the study at that time, that was not the state of the art. They did not disclose whether the plan was subject to condemnation or not going to be subject to condemnation, and whether notices are going to be given. You could have a great deal of litigation as to the properties, whether they were giving notice 13, 14 years ago, whether it was going to be subject to condemnation, because there's a whole lot of cases that came out of Harrison. I'm just saying it might be cleaner if we're going to decide, because you remember he talked about you want to make this area a little larger. Do you adopt a resolution telling the planning board to hire the planner to do the process, that you give the notices? Because I can see, so we need to mitigate costs. I'm just saying it might be better to start anew. As to disclosures and open public meetings and freedom of speech, the Open Public Records Act was enacted in 2002. I've been making requests. There's a gentleman in this audience that you introduced us to. I asked for his employment contract pursuant to Oprah. Pursuant to Oprah, that contract has to be produced to me immediately. I have not seen it. I've also asked for the contract for the law firm that's representing this municipality in the Beehive litigation. I went through a little dancing, like, can you be a little more specific? So I gave copies of the orders that were entered by this law firm representing this municipality. I still have not received it. This all goes back to transparency, trust and confidence, building confidence in the audience, in your public. I'm a constituent. I'm saying be very careful. These other cases about the area in need of litigation, I'm not involved in that. But you have a lot of other property owners who our properties could be fearful that their property could be taken away by the threat of eminent domain. And you talk about the Fifth Amendment in the United States federal constitution, the state constitution. You have a liberty right in your property. You have to be very careful that you're not invading and infringing on those rights. And it might be prudent, I say, to take a time out. If you want to do an area in need of redevelopment, start the process properly.
Thank you so very much for your comments tonight. Does anybody else want to make a public comment?
Hi, Tracy Hatch, representative of Kathy Monet, also a resident of Milburn. Just talking to Alex's recommendation and the nice recognition that Mrs. Eglow gave on the fact that even though the closing of Milburn was very successful in bringing the crowds, it actually it was a closure which was a reaction to COVID-19, but it was also a partisan, prejudiced closure that favored mainstream at the detriment of the rest of the merchants in town. This year, the town, as Alex has stated, has an opportunity with more time. It has the hindsight of looking what happened last year. And now we actually can be creating a town that people want to walk through, right? And actually decide where they want to eat, where they want to shop, look at the stores, not just have them penned into one crowded street onto a small space where there's little to see when Milburn has so much to offer. Basically, it's a time where people can be encouraged to visit the town, which was not done last year at all. This year, given the expected crowds, more emphasis should be placed on sharing the crowd and the wealth and expanding the view of the town had by visitors. It should be a much higher priority than just creating the buzz that Main Street created. Lots of ways to do this. I'm sure you're going to be looking into this, and I'm glad that Alex seems like he's on the case. But just having better signage. The signs last year were pitiful. They actually were like the signs that you get in the mall telling you what's available. There was no encouragement. There was nothing out there that said, hey, you should visit this place. There were no signs saying, welcome, this is north, and there's other restaurants up here. It was really small and nobody could see it. And in the bars, there was lots of people that stood around waiting to get tables, and they could have just looked up the road and seen signs and known where else to go. So I think that each part of the town needs to be showcased. It needs to have lights, it needs to have beautification so that it can be seen as an alternative venue. You have all these people coming to Milburn, but they just stayed on Main Street. And basically what is this, like 5 merchants on Main Street? 90% of the merchants were not catered for at all. And we really had to scrabble. We actually had music at Cafe Monet. We never got the people to come and listen. Certainly our sidewalk was an issue. We can only get 2 people. We can only get a table of 2 comfortably on the sidewalk, and anything more than that. So we are in desperate need of a parklet. A parklet would have provided.
Tracy, I'm just going to say that thank you for your comments.
I'm over.
And their 3 minutes is over, but we are with you. We are with you. We hear you. We are talking about it. And
I was looking at that. Sorry.
For you. We hear you.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
We hear you.
Thank you.
And thank you for your comments. And you will help us along through this process because we are just starting the conversation now. So it will continue. Thank you.
Hi there, Perry Urso, 514 Milburn Avenue. I'm not here about the expansion. I would like to say thank you to Tara for, wanting to change your rules about decorum. Mrs. Canfield, that was a very impressive presentation. And I wish it was easy for me. And I hope you're more successful than I have been coming to you, asking you to please rescind the SID. I'm actually here tonight because as a cougar, not a real life cougar, but I have to protect my cub. And no disrespect to you, Mr. Vignac, but it was your running mate. It's online. If you're going to reprimand and call my daughter a liar, I did not raise a child. That's a liar. These are your words. Maggie Miggins authored this statement. So I believe that my daughter deserves an apology. On January 19th meeting, you also reprimanded my daughter and basically accused her of a liar because you wanted to clear the slate and for the record. Well, did you clear the slate with Bobby from Schultz Furrier? And did you clear the slate with Billy from a Milburn feed that you didn't go out and do an outreach to everybody up on Milburn Avenue and you did exclude some people? Like I said in the beginning, I feared that my reputation and who I am, you have all, not a majority, have turned me into someone and that I am not. And to be honest with you, you don't know me. You don't know me well enough, but I've known you for 26 years. I've never shown disrespect to you at all, Richard.
And I haven't to you.
Yes. Okay. Well, to be honest with you, what I feared most, and I think as the mayor, I have been attacked.
My family's being harassed. And this is exactly the repercussions of anybody that's in opposition with your policies. It's not right and it's unfair. I've been in this town for 26 years. I've delivered heartfelt statements and I hope that you don't cut me off. But I would like to ask, I said, this is very shameful. It's outlandish treatment for anybody that's in opposition of your policies. What happened to the Tara Prupus on December 4th, 2018? During your statement, we need buy-in from the bottom up, adding, build consensus and compromise. Lots of conversations need to be had. Plans need to be agreed upon before anything starts. Those are your words. That's exactly from the meeting, and I have the time stampings. Where's the Tara who tirelessly advocated for the dissolution of the DMDA? Why your vote for the SID ordinance? Why have you changed from the DMDA? And if you want to meet me separately and you want to give me the courtesy and you want to explain to me
Mrs.
why
Urso,
the
Mrs.
DMDA and
Miss-
then to the SID,
Miss
I'm
Urso,
happy to
thank you
take the
for your-
time
okay,
and we can do that.
We can do that. Thank you for your 3 minutes.
And then
As
why
I
are
stated
you
in the beginning,
allowing this
everybody is given 3
organization
minutes.
to move
Please sit down.
forward when we don't even know the validity
Ms.
of the
Urso, please
SID?
sit down.
Are you going to subject the
Thank
new
you for your
executive
comment.
director to possible litigations that the
Thank you
stakeholders are going to
for your
have to be
comment. Okay,
responsible
so
for?
this is a disruption to the meeting.
And no, I'm
I'd
not
like-
disrupting. Am
this
I
is a-
disrupting
This
anybody?
is a disruption to the meeting.
No,
So there
I'm
are
not.
rules set up to the meeting. There's 3 minutes.
Why are
So-
you approving a budget? Mr.
Mrs. Urso,
Wasserman,
all right,
your
so
statements
I-
from this very same
I'm asking you-
meeting,
this is the
you
second
repeatedly
warning that I'm going
criticized
to ask you
Mayor
to please stop. All right,
Bursting.
we're going to have a
Bad
recess and we're going
faith.
to take a break.
Which have you
Everybody, we're
done
gonna take a
exactly the
break.
same?
Thank you very much. Now we will take a break.
Bad faith, Mr. Wasserman, bad faith. Those are your words from December 4th, 2018. You're in bad faith. Here it is. Is this decorum? That she doesn't have a police harass her for someone, she's attacking someone, that's decorum? And she gets a pass and she's now the mayor? She gets a pass, right? But yet she can rate for hours and time. It's nonsense. It's total nonsense. Total nonsense. Do you have children? Okay. Well, you'll know what it feels like when someone attacks your child. Okay, my door's not alive. Yeah, I know. They bring the bed back here. Sorry. I don't know, you guys are the best. If you're gonna protect somebody that wants to put Black Lives Matter flag up, and you're gonna come to me, and I support you guys, and your brothers, come on. She doesn't support your brothers, I do. Go ask the Norris what I do, okay? Can't zoom around now, can't zoom around.
Nobody's leaving. Just stay seated. Continue public comment. You gotta understand that part of this is that there's 3 minutes.
Part of this
for
is your
everybody.
problem, and now you wanna talk to me?
For 3 minutes.
No, but I'm
Just Jesse, just so everybody knows, all the microphones are on, right? Just so everybody realizes, all the microphones are still on. Everything's still being recorded, just so everybody knows. No, but I mean, just like, you still gotta pick up.
That was excellent.
Okay, we're gonna get started again. So if anybody else would like to make a public comment, and Jesse, let's go to some people on the phone. And just a reminder that everybody will have the same 3 minutes to make their public comment. Thank you very much.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So David Cosgrove, 99 Oakview. I'm going to try to consolidate these two because some of it's old business, some of it's new business comments. But Mr. McDonald at one point, and I think even Mr. Wasserman as well, was addressing outdoor dining, to help the restaurants downtown. And what I'd ask you is not to lose sight as you're working on, these plans, that there are neighbors, who live in houses that hear the noise that these restaurants generate. And I can tell you, at least where I live, it's been an issue. I watched Happy Milburn postings and saw that was an issue downtown as well. So as you develop these, while I know there's a tremendous focus everywhere in town on helping businesses downtown, don't forget that there's residents here who live here as well and don't want to hear the noise and be disturbed in their houses. And I don't think I'm being unreasonable, in making that request. The second comment I had is that I thought I heard Mr. McDonald mention that as part of the street closings that the town was indemnifying the county. And I think there ought to be a discussion about the risk you're taking on there, as opposed to just agreeing to indemnify somebody. I'd want to make sure that your insurance coverage covers that, if that's an indemnity that's covered or not. The last part was the presentations really on changing the zoning downtown. And Mr. Wasserman, I've had a discussion, and I appreciate what you did as well. So don't take this as a criticism. Once before about, the desire to let one restaurant just jump in after another restaurant. And there absolutely are scenarios where, one restaurant might be a nice, quiet restaurant that fits in with a neighborhood. And the restaurant that moves in, when you folks relax the controls, is noisy, has bands, let's say, is blowing a lot of smoke and debris out the back. So again, please don't lose sight of the residents. I can tell you that when I moved here because of the residential aspects of the town. not because of the downtown. So thank you very much.
Not yet. Thank you, Mr. Cosgrove. Okay, is there anybody else that would like to make a public comment?
Nancy Stone, 10 Fielding Road. 200, first of all, I wrote this statement before this whole evening started, so know that this is coming from my thoughts this afternoon. 265 days. Hello? Supposed to be addressing you, so look at me when I'm talking to you then. 265 days until November 2nd, and you are out. Yes, I'm counting the days. I don't know what's worse, you being a so-called mayor or you voting next in line for what happened tonight, because you're going to be the legacy next after she's out. For the record, I went to Milburn Pit Food and Bill confirmed that you came in to solicit him to be a street captain for the SID. He said he wanted no part of it. It was a waste in Milburn, especially during a pandemic. With that said, somebody's a liar, and it isn't Don Merso, I could tell you that. I raised my children in Milburn, went through the Milburn school system from kindergarten to high school, had countless family dinners in Milburn, knowing the owners and the waiters by first name. My children played sports in Milburn. As a family, we participated in community events in Milburn. I've employed local teenagers, and my children have worked in our shop in Milburn. My children have watched their parents sign many, many, many checks to Milburn charities, including the Milburn PBA and the police, and more so paid real estate taxes, something you, Tara, have never done. And I'm going to say that at every meeting. You've never paid a tax, and for all the things that you're spending money on, and made an impact on this town that was floundering way before the pandemic. I donated to many, many causes. And the police officers, I know the police officers' names and do not refer them to them as, Mr. Police Officer, can you take Nancy out of the room? No, we don't have that. We know their names. John was his name. My son is a commercial real estate broker in Westchester and aware of the challenges Milburn is experiencing, which are also happening on a national level. He has lifelong friends involved in Milburn real estate. He received a call from a friend to share what transpired at the last meeting. He called me to hear what happened. I forwarded him the link on YouTube to watch and judge for himself. It was disheartening to say the least. And the support and love that I received has been a tribute to my commitment to this community, Milburn. It's appalling how you chosen to conduct yourself as a representative of my family's hometown, a town I've made a personal and business commitment and investment for 30 years. I've devoted my life in creating a Milburn community that I respect.
Thank you very much for your comment.
People know me, and I came to ask for help.
All right, we're taking another break.
And I'm telling you another break. You owe Milburn an apology for being a liar. You're the liar. Take another break. Run away, little girl. That's what you do. Run away. You're the liar.
Let me show you something today. I've never seen this.
Would you like a mint, Alex? That'll be dinner.
We'll have it cold like college days. I can only eat cold Chinese food, not cold pizza. All right, we need to blow a whistle, get the gang back.
I know, it's 11 o'clock. She is trying. So. Oh, she's lovely. She's great for this town.
This is an unusually long meeting.
Well, and it's just poor form. There's just no place for this. There's no.
Okay. Let's. I want to say something to Councilman.
We were at the end.
Okay.
At the end of public comment.
Okay.
All right, we are going to resume public comment. If you've not had a chance to speak and you would like to speak, please come to the microphone. And please be respectful of the 3 minutes and take the same allotted time that everybody else has tonight. Thank you very much.
Okay. Jean Pasternak, 342 Hobart. I want to address the former public commentator attempted to, put down our efforts that I think have resulted in you, Mayor, agreeing to allowing more public comment periods before votes and actions are taken at the public meetings. I think it was done maybe not the most perfect way, but I think our presence and our constant request to be able to speak change things. And that's the way it should be. And I appreciate that. And I'm glad that we have that opportunity. I think her remarks just were disingenuous, and I want to correct the record. We appreciate that opportunity to speak, but we are the constituents, and we are glad you see the importance of rigorous, inclusive, and difficult debate in our local democratic process. The appointed secretary to the SID board posted on social media a press release that was out of context, was incomplete, and by doing so, I took it as a thinly veiled attempt to denigrate resident Mr. Feld, who spoke out at the SID board meeting. She said at that meeting to him that the public has no right to speak, in effect. So I think this chilling of speech has to really stop. And I'd like to know what's going to be done about it. I would also reflect that to Sanjeev in terms of, his kind of talking about Mr. Feld's representation, litigation, et cetera. I mean, it's just a way to push people away, and it's not going to work because it just makes people angrier. We all have the right to speak. That's in our Constitution. That's what our ancestors fought for, and that's why we broke away from England. So please respect that, okay? Thank you. The other thing is I did participate in the Vision Zoom call on Monday. I think there were good points raised. There was a really good group that had a lot of experience living here and working here. But overall, I thought the meeting was unfocused and the goals were unclear. The subjects were too broad for the time allotted. Like, for example, housing could have taken up, the whole hour, but we had like maybe 15 minutes. And I thought it was odd that no one from Perkins Eastman was there. Several people on the call afterward communicated, and there was consensus that this wasn't a serious exercise to gather input from residents. There's the matter that's an elephant in the room of the unapproved allocation of approximately $2 million of monies over the retention cap since at least 2013, as stated by Mr. McDonald to Mr. Falcon's law firm. What is being done about this matter? The issue has gone unaddressed, and it wasn't addressed in Mr. McDonald's legal presentation on January 19th. I've sought to get the Oprah data through Oprah, the data used for that legal presentation. I have not yet received it. I don't know what's could be taking so long. And also the matter of conflicts of interest. I'm continue to be concerned about the redactions of Oprah records that relate to Mr. Falcon's work, appointments of people on the planning board, zoning board that have potential conflicts as a realtor. I think people would be hesitant to come forward because of their professional conduct. But I think a lot of realtors are looking at this and not being very happy about it.
Ms.
Thank you.
Pasternak, thank you so much. I can't see the clock. This is going to have to get moved for
we'll
the
take care
next
of it, ma'am.
meeting.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay, is there anybody else who has not made public comment who would like to make public comment?
All right, David Voss, 320 Milburn Avenue. Just a couple things about the overall Main Street parking, et cetera. I just want to make sure, please don't forget about all the other businesses except restaurants, okay? There's a lot of businesses that, well, not too many left, but there are a lot of businesses out there that aren't restaurants, so I just want to make that clear. Please make everything equal to everybody. That's a big thing for me. Number two is that something that we have to address, which I think will help restaurants as well, is there's a couple restaurants that are doing a lot of Uber Eats, DoorDash, et cetera. I know I've talked to a lot of people. The parking, the double parking, the triple parking needs to go, enforcement needs to go back. Saturdays, Sundays, it has to go back. All right, those of you know, at the hardware store, I waited 15 minutes the other day for somebody to move out of our spot and got told, well, I was held up at the deli because they said that it was too late. We actually have people parking in our backyard now, going to getting food at other restaurants for Uber Eats. It's becoming a safety issue for us. Okay, it needs to be addressed, and you guys got to get the enforcement back on Milburn Avenue. And also, if not, we need to set up a separate area for Uber Eats pickup. I don't care if it's on Blaine Street or something, or East Willow, somewhere. We gotta get the Uber Eats off of Milburn Avenue, and we have to get the people back to Milburn Avenue big time. For restaurants, for all the businesses. That's all I have. I'm easy.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Hawes. Is there anybody else who would like to make a public comment? Okay, I will now close public comment. Oh, sorry. Yes.
Hi, Dominique Urso, 514 Milburn Avenue. I just would like to share something with the public and my fellow neighbors. I would like everyone, if you have some time, to go to Tap Into website, Tap Into Milburn Short Hills. Article is written by Nettie Hagman on November 4th of 2018. I also would like to read the incident report number of I-2017024100. This is a police report against Tara Prupis. If you want to talk about public decorum and decency, our current mayor had the police called on her for threatening someone. So you want to talk about disrespecting people and threatening neighbors and silencing people, your past catches up to you. Have a great night.
Thank you, Ms. Urzo, for your comment. I will now close the public comment period. Would any of our professionals or committee members like to address any of the comments that were just made during public comment? Deputy Mayor Wasserman.
I know it's late, but I just want to respond to Mr. Cosgrove. I just want to let him know that I'm, going forward, I'm also very concerned that in changing any of the rules, that we make sure that we have standards for filtration, air filtration for restaurants, noise. I've actually followed up with our code enforcement officer. So going forward, I just want to assure our residents and Mr. Cosgrove that, just because we may be changing some of the rules, that our residents are going to be protected. We're going to make sure that there is no excessive noise, smells in the air, rodents, whatever the issues are. I want to make sure that we keep our standards high. And so while we change some of the rules, we'll make sure that we don't have any excessive noise, pollution, rodents, whatever it may be. And we'll make sure that we look after that very carefully.
I'd like to make it clear for the record, and also I don't mean to disrespect any neighbors here or any resident here. The article, and if Ms. Urso feels that I kind of made her upset, that's not in me. And sincere apology if you feel that way, because my article in that it is never been against the SID. I was trying to get the facts in place. And if you read the articles, you can see that it was just a fact, never the opposition of it. I've always been for it, and I'm still for it. Thank you.
Are there any other comments or questions?
I do. I'm sorry to keep
Committeewoman
everybody so
Wiggins?
late, but just really quickly. Oprah. By law, that has to be answered within 7 days. Is that correct?
Excuse me, please.
Mr. Falcon?
Generally, yes, and it can be extended.
But the law states 7 days?
Well,
Microphone.
No, there were a few people this evening that said that their Oprah requests aren't getting answered in a timely basis. Ms. Pasternak was one and Mr. Feld as the other.
Well, I'm not familiar with the particular facts involved with those, but there are time periods which must be observed. And then there's
7 business days.
7 business days, right? Okay. And 7, and also it's quite possible that the answers are not what the people want. Maybe we say it's not specific enough, so you have to come back to us. But there is always that answer within the 7 business days. Is that correct?
That's not necessarily true, and maybe Christine can speak a little bit to it. I know she's just walking out the door. No, but the fact is that one, an extension of that time can be given, especially now as with COVID. And can be requested, and so you can do partial responses depending on the record. Some records don't exist. Some, there are various responses to Oprah requests, but it's not, just because you requested this, that it's deliverable or that you have it, or but obviously in the event that you have something or the township has something that's a public record, we give it to the individuals, of course, to comply with Oprah. And sometimes if people just ask for things that we have that without an Oprah request, we'll give it to That's also why we direct people to the website through the spatial data logic portal, because permits are issued. You know, you can look up permits, you can do all kinds of stuff there that you don't have to even put an open request in.
Well, I have another question on the Oprah request. Couple of requests here and there, it's all good. What if there is hundreds of requests just from one person?
Well, it starts to become quite a strain on the resources that you have here. We don't work for just a few individuals for certain. We work for the community as a whole and 20,000 residents and all the visitors here. That's so it can become problematic at times with the volume of requests, because you're focused on getting those requests because there's a time restriction and there is a requirement to do so. And so you start to become focused on making sure that you're responding to those requests. And it can be a drain on resources. I mean, there's no other way to put it, that it is time consuming and could be a drain on resources, but it's the law and we have to comply by it. And it's certainly a matter of transparency. It's not to say that you don't want to do that. But again, sometimes it's as easy as just coming and have a conversation and asking for a particular record. We give it to you. But as soon as it's put in that Oprah request, you've got, time constraints and all of that. So
I have another question.
I'm sorry, Ms. Higgins, I cut you off.
That's okay, Mr. Van Eyck.
I'm doing a lot of mistakes, making a lot of mistakes. today.
So I've been repeatedly requested to meet with someone who's representing someone who's suing our town. And I liken that to, God forbid, my husband and I were getting divorced, his divorce attorney calling me saying they wanted to meet with me. So is that the same type of thing? If someone's suing our town and someone's representing them pro bono and they want to meet with me, would you advise me to do that, Mr.
If
Falcon?
you're asking me, no, my advice is not to do that. Or
Okay.
if there's going to be any kind of a meeting, it ought to be sanctioned. And I or someone from my firm would have to be in attendance.
So that would cost the township money then, wouldn't it? To have to hire you to be sitting with me while there's someone who is representing someone suing our town. I just want to be clear about that because we're getting asked questions all the time about your fees and your bills and how much money is getting spent. And since September, there's been over $50,000 spent with Oprah requests and all kinds of other things. So I don't ever want to be rude and not answer somebody, but at the same time, I don't want to be put myself in a position. I represent over 20,000 people, not just one person. And I don't think it's smart for me to then be in a room with someone who is representing someone suing our town. Is that correct?
Yeah, and if you have a question anytime, before you set up such a meeting or even think about it, make an inquiry about it.
Okay, that's terrific. And then as far as, because I'm accused of having a conflict of interest, being on the planning
I was
board
going to mention that.
and being a liaison to the Historic Preservation Committee, could you speak to that, please?
Yeah. There is no categorical conflict of interest with respect to participation in the planning board or the Historic Preservation Commission. As far as the planning board is concerned, you have engineers, architects, planners, real estate people, all kinds of people. Where you get into a conflict situation, of course, would be if a matter came before the board with which you had some involvement or some kind of a relationship or a business interest or something, then you recuse yourself from that. But you are not categorically banned from being a member of the planning board because you have as your business a real estate brokerage.
Okay, so for instance, when I recused myself from the Woodland Road project because I was vehemently opposed to it and on record for that, it was the smart thing to do to recuse myself from that.
Well, that I remember was kind of the fact that, the rule always has to be when you're hearing a case before the planning board, is your involvement and situation equal to those of every other member? Or do you have something that makes you different? If you feel as a member of a board that you have such a strong antipathy towards the application that you really couldn't be impartial in connection with hearing the case, and that of course would be a thing for you to do. And if that's what you did in that case for that reason, that's thoroughly appropriate. If you feel you can't be impartial, you have to be able to be impartial and hear the matter just on the record that's made there and applying the law.
Okay, terrific.
Does Does any other committee members have any questions or comments?
I do have one other comment.
Yes, Ms. Miggins, Committeewoman Miggins.
Yes. Regardless if you pay rent in our town or if you own a piece of property in our town, you are paying someone's property taxes somewhere. Regardless if you have a business in the town, you're paying somebody's property taxes somehow within that money.
That's right.
So you are fully invested in the community, regardless if you're renting or if you own something.
At least
And
that's what my understanding too is.
Is that your understanding,
I
Mr.
think so,
Benayak?
yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear on that. Thank you.
Okay, there's a few points that I would like to make before we end the meeting tonight. To a point about the question of condemnation, non-condemnation in regards to if this area of needed study is valid, I want to make it very clear to everybody in the room, everybody who's listening. We have no intention of going down the road of condemnation. We have no intention of, and it will not be done. In all of our discussions that we've ever had, that I've ever been a part of, we are not taking anybody's property. We are not discussing taking anybody's property. No property owner needs to be worried about it, and that is not happening. So I don't want people to feel anxious or to start thinking that we're having, because we're not having that conversation. And the study is still valid because we are not talking about condemnation. So I just want to clarify that. I just want to reiterate that what Mr. Falcon said in terms of we cannot meet with people who are suing us. Okay. And if we are to meet, then we are going to have to pay attorneys to meet with them. A few other comments that were made. I want to make it very clear to everybody in the room, everybody on the call who's listening, that we heard you about Main Street closure. We heard about the noise, about making sure that all the benefits, all the businesses in the town benefit, not just the ones on that block. That we need to make sure that people are walking through our town, that we expand the view, that there's better signage, that there's lights, beautifications, and that we get people into Milburn and all of Milburn, just not Main Street. So that is very clear, and we have tasked Mr. McDonald and Mr. Gleason to work on that. I think that is, oh, and the enforcement of the Uber Eats. We really need to make sure that that is being addressed. Mr. McDonald, I'm going to trust that you are going to deal with that ASAP. Thank you. And
Tara.
right,
Ms. Purpose.
Mr. Vinyayak, yes.
So 2 months ago, I was on the other side, and I always used to hear committees not being transparent. And with all those conversations, I kind of felt it that way as well. But coming to this side, when I hear it, I said it in the past as well. 5 of us cannot meet and cannot talk. It's a public meeting. I can only talk to one other person. So if you guys feel that 4 people have met or 3 people have met, that generally is not the case. We do not legally cannot meet and talk business without public knowledge. And when I came on this side, all I've seen is having everybody being transparent, including the township employees. The CEO is sitting here, his CFO, his people. We have township clerk. Everybody that I meet in here is totally transparent. And I have not yet seen anything that they will hide from me or they have hidden from me. So I really don't understand when we sit over there, we say it's not transparent. Well, ask a simple question, you will get a simple answer. You ask a complicated question, you will get an answer which will be complicated, which you may not even understand, which I may not understand sitting here. So just saying that township committee is lunatic and they don't understand, they are just being ridiculous, it is absolutely wrong. Me, I'm saying that as a resident now, not as a township committee member.
If I may, I would like to meet with you for a coffee, Mr. Vinyayak, and I will explain to you some of the things that maybe did transpire that I was not made aware of. I'm not going to air dirty laundry here, but I would love to have the opportunity to meet, and I had asked you before to meet for a coffee. And
You can ask me in public, you can ask me in private. Only if I have time, I'll be able to meet with you. Similar goes to you. So I'm not going to say yes because you're asking me in public.
Okay.
I will not say no because you're asking me in public. Absolutely available when I get to it.
Okay.
I have a
wait.
full-time job. I have a full-time family. I have everything full-time. And 11 o'clock, 11:30, we're still meeting. So
I'm not going to
yes,
talk about
happy
it
to
here.
meet with you.
Okay. I want to thank the police officers in the room. Thank you very much for being here. I want to thank everybody who has stayed to the end of this meeting, who's still on the call. We all love our town. We're all concerned. We're all invested. And have a, motion to adjourn the meeting.
So moved.
May I get a second?
Second.
All right. Good night, Millburn
Thank you.
Township.
Show me the lawsuit that I'm suing